Douluo, Wuhan Black Turtle. Anti-armor critical attack at the beginning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326. The three people's attacks disappeared after landing behind Huang Wei. Gone. The three of them were stunned for a moment, not knowing what happened. Why did the attack disappear so suddenly? There must be a ghost. What kind of magic? Elder Good said. The three of them were solemn. Be calm and don't be impatient. Shandao's voice reached the ears of the three of them. I understand the other party's concerns. After all, this matter is very suspenseful. Lord, sacrifice to spirits. The three of them spoke. They wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say, so they just closed their mouths and watched. But how did the young man in front of he enter his Butian pavilion without making a sound or being discovered? This worries them. If it is an enemy, it will be a big trouble. But the next moment, they felt that the divine vine sacrificial spirit was dying, reviving vigorous vitality. The old dry trunks and branches are full of green life energy. The branches without many leaves quickly grew young leaves at this moment. The entire divine vine resumed its upgrade in an instant. At this moment, a spiritual body appeared. It was an old man with a kind face. Lord, sacrifice to spirits. The three pavilion masters were shocked. Even they have never seen the human form of Shandao, but they didn't expect that they would be lucky enough to see it this time. It seems that this person is not an enemy, but our distinguished guest, the pavilion master said with excitement as he looked at the back of the young man in front of him. Who can't see it at this moment. The young man in front of them was here to help their lord sacrifice spirit revive. Chen Teng thanks the emperor for his kindness. The old man bowed respectfully to Huang Wei. It doesn't matter. Remember that I come from the first ancestral land of the Stone Kingdom. Huang Wei waved his hand gently and said, yes. Shen Teng was extremely surprised, as were the other three. Did I hear you correctly just now? Are you from the first ancestral land of the Stone Kingdom? Wait a minute. I really wanted to hear Master Sacrifice Soul call this person Emperor. The three of them looked at each other and were suddenly shocked. Damn it. What level of existence is this? According to the cultivation realm they recorded, there seems to be no news related to the Emperor at all. Could it be that it is a title for someone who has reached a certain state? Come here and see the Emperor. Shen Ten looked at the three pavilion masters and said. The three of them were stunned for a moment, sweating profusely. Then they quickly ran over and said, we have seen the great Emperor. Well, hello. Huang Wei looked at the three people in front of him and nodded slightly. I just want to take a look in Butian Pavilion. You don't have to worry about me. Ah, it's the great Emperor. The three of them nodded immediately after hearing this. Shen Teng said quickly, does the Emperor need me to ask all the senior officials of Butian Pavilion to come and pay homage to you? No, I hate those common etiquette. The world has changed greatly. Now you can cultivate to the peak of the human realm. You should seize the opportunity. With that said, Huang Wei's figure disappeared from the spot. He is obviously a mortal, but he gives people a natural sense of oppression. As he disappeared, everything here felt much more relaxed for a moment. Lord, sacrifice to spirits. Who is this? What realm is the great Emperor? Elder Good then looked at the old man. The old man Shen Teng made a gesture of silence. His eyes were deep and frightened, and he said, the Emperor is indescribable. This is the pinnacle of immortality beyond the human realm. Gilu. The three of them swallowed the spit with great force and stood on their heads with hair all over their bodies. Lord, sacrifice spirit, have you fully recovered now? The pavilion master asked. Well, the old man has completely recovered and is reborn. Speaking of this, Shen Teng was particularly excited. This is a great opportunity, but before that, I have a big plan. I will use this trick to let them all come over, and I will kill them all. Shindo spoke. Yes. The three of them were extremely excited. At this moment, inside Butian Pavilion, on the outer stairs of the ancient academy, Huang Wei's figure appeared here. It's cold up there, and night is coming. Just at this moment, a young figure also appeared here. The young figure man paused, looked up, and was stunned. His eyes had two pupils. Huang Wei slowly turned around and looked at him. The one with double eyes has the supreme bone. His expression was calm. Mortal. No, how could a mortal appear here? Shi Yi's expression changed slightly. Although he couldn't feel the fluctuation of the man in front of him, he could feel an invisible pressure. He quickly activated the double eye technique and wanted to check it out. But for a second, he became insane. His pupils were bleeding, and he was repelled. He screamed out in pain, fell back and knelt on one knee, gasping for air. He was covered in cold sweat. His body was shaking, and he was afraid. I'm scared, so scared. I can't see through. It's scary. So scary. Shi Yi raised his trembling hands. His voice was frightened, and every word was true. Senior, this junior has no intention of offending. Please forgive me. Shi Yi cupped his hands tremblingly and lowered his head. Double pupils are the way to be invincible, so why borrow another person's bones? What? You will eventually be paid back, since it is a double pupil. Then study and develop the pupil technique, instead of studying those miscellaneous things. He who has lost his bones has surpassed you. Huang Wen's voice was leisurely. He would not interfere with anything, and his figure disappeared on the stairs. After hearing these words, Shi Yi's pupils shrank, and beads of sweat continued to fall on his forehead. I feel like all my secrets have been seen through. He quickly raised his head, but could no longer see the figure. Double pupils are the way to be invincible, so why borrow another person's bones? Thank you, senior. I have learned a lesson from you. Shi Yi handed over again. Stand up quickly. The person who lost his bones has now surpassed me. He pressed his hand between his ribs. That places the supreme bone of his brother Shi Heo. How is this possible? He is indeed not dead, but how can he surpass me? After losing his supreme bone, Shi Yi always felt that the other part. His words did not deceive him. Concentrate on research and development of martial arts. He looked inside, then turned and left. Now he has many things on his mind. Unexpectedly, there is such a terrifying existence hidden in Batian Pavilion. It's really incredible. For others, the ancient academy needs to wait until it opens before they can enter. But for Huang Wei, the invincible at the immortal emperor level, it was too easy to get in. Do whatever you want. Huang Wei's figure appeared in the ancient academy. He just stood quietly in the square with a satisfied smile on his lips. In that wave just now, the pretense was perfect. This feeling of just turning the corner and leaving is a great feeling. He walked towards the pavilion ahead. Rumor has it that the heaven mending technique is inside. It was only incomplete, but for him, it could be perfected. The same is true for Kalinbu. Once you get it, take it back to the village and let those people learn. Chapter 327. Who are you? At this time, an old man appeared, looking wary. Huang Wei raised his hand and grabbed it out of thin air. The void opened, and a treasure bone recording the heaven mending technique appeared. Shun. Mending technique. Who on earth are you? What? A clever trick. You can't take him away. The old man attacked Huang Wei directly. Chapter 375 Rain Palace. Huang Wei just looked at it. Indifferent. I understood it in an instant. He threw it casually back into the crack in the void. The moves that hit him were absorbed and offset by a barrier. I have the heaven mending technique, but not the killing step. I remember I got it from the Tian Jade Rabbit in Baituan Mountain. Huang Wei muttered. Forget it. Never mind. Eventually, he gave up because he was too lazy to do it. No one can escape the opportunity there. Just be Shi Yi. It doesn't matter. Goodbye. Huang Wei glanced at the old man. The old man's pupils shrank. Then he closed his eyes and fell to the ground unconscious. His figure disappeared in the ancient holy courtyard. When he arrived outside Batian Pavilion, there was chaos inside and outside Batian Pavilion. It turned out that the pavilion master and others secretly spread the news of Shenteng's death. Today is the time of sitting and passing away, and a group of venerable people immediately wanted to get it. At this moment, there is a scene of divine vines in the sky. Because the sky-swallowing bird has been subdued in Stone Village, the people who come are interestingly different from the original work, and there are more people. But it's a pity that these greedy and ignorant little kids all fell into the trap. When Shinto saw that this person had almost arrived, he directly started a massacre of this group of people. facing the existence of the divine fire realm in its heyday. This group of juniors in the venerable realm all broke through like tofu paste, one by one. In the end, the group of people also realized that they had been tricked. He turned around and ran away, but unfortunately, Chen Teng and the pavilion master sent people to surround him directly. As for the group of people in Prince Yu's mansion, they were all dead. At this moment, everyone also understood that these beasts in Prince Yu's mansion were traitors. After the matter here was settled, the pavilion master took his people directly to Prince Yu's mansion to ask for an explanation. But Prince Yu's mansion is within the Stone Kingdom. But he was stopped halfway by Huang. Why did the Lord of Batian Pavilion come to our stone country and do it with such a big fanfare? The Stone Emperor had a lot of news, and the news about the resuscitation layout of Batian Pavilion's sacred fire sacrifice spirit had already been learned. The disciples of Prince Yu's mansion betrayed Batian Pavilion, and I came here just to ask for an explanation. This is the influence of that time. Stone Emperor, please take a look. Elder Calabash used a method of recording information given to him by Shenteng. A picture appeared, which was exactly what the people of the Yu clan in Prince Yu's mansion did when Shenteng was killing the intruders. Seeing this scene, Shi Huang narrowed his eyes and instantly became cold and stern. What? A Yu clan member from the Rain Prince's palace? He has betrayed our master. He has really lost the face of our Stone Kingdom. But no matter what, he is also a force in our Stone Kingdom. So, you go back first. I will inform the Rain King and let him. How about going to Batian Pavilion in person tomorrow to plead guilty? Stone King said. The three pavilion masters looked at each other and saw that the other party had said so. Naturally, it was difficult to push further. After all, the great emperor was from the first ancestral land of the Stone Kingdom. That's fine. Then I'll have to trouble the Stone Emperor. Let's go back now and wait for the Rain King to come tomorrow. The pavilion master said with his hands raised. Don't worry, I keep my word. Stone King said. The three of them turned around and returned. Seeing them leaving, Shi Huang breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party really wants to break in, this will also be a slap in the face to his Stone Emperor, and it will be bad if a fight actually breaks out. It is up to him to take care of matters in Shiguo. At this time, two figures flew behind him. Your Majesty, what shall we do? Take this and go to Prince Yu's mansion and let them decide what to do. However, they must go to Batian Pavilion tomorrow. My word, Jialing cannot be changed. Shi Huang's tone was cold, and he had no sympathy for what happened to Prince Yu's mansion. To put it bluntly, Prince Yu's mansion does not belong to his Stone clan and is dispensable. Moreover, the other party is indeed making small moves behind his back, and he has long been displeased. According to the order, the Stone Emperor raised his hand and wrote directly out of thin air. It turned into an imperial edict and came to the man's hand, asking him to hold it and read it out. After the man got it, he immediately flew towards Prince Yu's mansion. At this moment, everyone in the Yuan mansion, who was waiting for news from Batian Pavilion at home, received the news that Shenteng was fine. Moreover, all the disciples of Prince Yu's mansion died. Suddenly he became angry. Damn it, this Shen Dao is so clever. We all fell into the trap. We didn't die. This is impossible. This shouldn't be possible. According to reports from various sources, this divine vine is in critical condition. Its injuries are irreversible, and it will definitely die. The Rain King was extremely angry, hammered the handle, and said, it only means that Batian Pavilion and Shenteng pretended to be too good and deceived all of us. A man in black spoke. While they were chatting, a breath came to the Rain King's mansion with a terrifying energy. The Rain King listens. The person coming was none other than one of the Stone Emperor's left arms. According to the order of heaven, what the disciples of King Yu did in Batian Pavilion are despised by others. The traitor's actions have brought disgrace to our country of Shi. King Yu and Mingri are ordered to go to Batian Pavilion in person to plead guilty. Violators shall be executed. Prince Yu's mansion will be demoted. Be a marquis. Rain King and others came out one after another and read out after listening. Suddenly the whole person's face turned ugly. I accept the order. Rain King's pupils were constricted. His face was green and red. He was extremely embarrassed, and he wished he could kill someone directly. He didn't expect that the news about the Stone Emperor would come so quickly, and he would know such things in such a short period of time. Is there a ghost in Prince Yu's mansion? Impossible. Everyone in Prince Yu's mansion was so determined. How could there be a ghost? He raised his hand and placed the edict in his left arm. Prince Rain, please take care of yourself. Your Majesty is very angry at what your Prince Rain mansion has done. After saying that, the man didn't stop and turned around to leave. At this time, the gloomy voice of the Rain King rang out. In this world, is it wrong to pursue all cultivation resources and use all means that are beneficial to oneself? This also speaks to the hearts of many monks. This world is cruel. You have to do whatever it takes to survive. They are not wrong. Not only is it not wrong, but it is also the most normal. That's right, but your behavior was learned by the Stone Emperor. The master of the Butian Pavilion came to the door with his people, but was intercepted by the Stone Emperor just now. If the Stone Emperor hadn't come forward, he would use the power of the Butian Pavilion to sacrifice spirits. Yes, your Yuan mansion will be destroyed. The left arm said leisurely. I understand. I will go to apologize tomorrow. Rain King's pupils shrank again. Beads of sweat flowed down his face. He swallowed, and a trace of fear arose in his heart. If the existence of the divine fire realm really comes, I don't know if their rain god can stand it. After all, he is not the rain god himself. But what he didn't know was that the world of Bahuan was disconnected from the upper world. The so-called bullshit rain god's decree is of no use at all. There won't even be one phantom point. It's just that when the world changed, they have not used it until now. Otherwise they would not be as calm as just now. Just take care of yourself. Turn around with your left arm and leave directly. The Rain King was about to throw the Imperial Edict to the ground. But after thinking about it, I didn't do it. If Shi Huang senses this move, he will be in trouble. Quickly put it into the cave space. Rain King, what should we do now? Are you really that depressed? The man in black said. So what? Suffer it for now, and wait until we are strong enough before we talk. The Rain King sighed, turned around and entered the house. This time it is really a waste of time. Chapter 376 Rain King pleads guilty. Lord Sacrifice Spirit, why did you call me here? In the inner courtyard of Butian Pavilion, in Shenteng's territory, the figure of the pavilion master came out. In a flash of light, the spiritual body of Shenteng appeared. Pavilion master, your cultivation has been at the peak of the formation realm for a long time now. Next, I plan to help you reach the venerable realm. Shandao's voice was unhurried. It just so happens that the group of people we just hunted have sufficient resources on hand. Chapter 328. It is expected that you will be able to complete the breakthrough tomorrow. Really? That's great. Thank you, Lord Sacrifice Spirit. When the pavilion master heard this, he smiled and was extremely excited. Sit down. Shenteng pointed to the ground. The master of the pavilion quickly sat cross-legged and started to use his skills to enter the cultivation state. A few drops of blood essence and treasure appeared in Shenteng's hand. After the operation, it penetrated into the main body of the pavilion, and a ball of light bloomed from his body. For a moment, the pavilion master's face looked ferocious and extremely uncomfortable. There was cold sweat on his face and he clenched his teeth as he tried to endure it. Early the next morning, a group of people appeared outside Butian Pavilion. Rain King, inform the pavilion master that we are here. The leader, Zhu Feng, immediately looked at the guards in front of him with disdain on his face. Please wait a moment, Rain King. Seeing this, the guard disciples didn't feel comfortable saying anything, but their attitude towards Prince Yu's mansion wasn't much better. After all, everyone in the palace knew about the traitor in Prince Yu's palace. Rain King, you came so early, come in and apologize. A majestic sound sounded, sharp and deep. King Yu clenched his hands tightly, gritted his teeth, and wished he could overthrow the Prince Yu's palace. But now the Butian Pavilion sacrifice spirit was revived, and he killed so many venerables and the rest of the army. It was enough to scare him, but he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. The Rain King dismounted and said to the people behind him, you just stay here, I'll be fine. Rain King, please be careful. They worried. The Rain King also knew it, but had no choice but to do so. However, he did not believe that the other party would go too far. After all, he was also from the Stone Kingdom. Rain King jumped up and flew directly into Batian Pavilion. However, at this moment, a screen appeared in the sky and knocked him directly into the square. Damn it, what is this? Rain King fell to the ground in pain and was a little confused. Rain King, as a family member of a sinner, you should behave like a sinner. Flying is not your exclusive privilege. Come up here. At this moment, 3 figures appeared on the sky. The leader was none other than the master of Batian Pavilion, and he exuded the aura of a venerable person. As for the other 2, they are in the formation realm. It was Elder Good and Elder Lei. This aura, sir. After King Yu felt the aura emanating from the pavilion master, his pupils shrank, and his expression changed drastically. Unexpectedly, the other party has become a venerable. It must have something to do with what happened last night and that divine vine. Perhaps that Shenteng's last glory was last night. Thinking of this, he felt lucky. Master of Batian Pavilion, I have come here today to say sorry to you. You and I should not make the situation so tense. After all, the Lord of Demon Spirit Lake is also standing behind our clan. The Rain King looked fierce. As the Rain King, when had he ever been so humble before? Not before, and even less so now. Being able to come is already a great favor to the other party. If it is as he suspected, then Batian Pavilion with only 1 venerable will not be afraid. Nao, sinners should be punished like sinners. The master of Batian Pavilion snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura of the venerable spread and suppressed him. Rain King's expression changed drastically, and he was blasted away. Today, on behalf of the Stone Emperor, I will punish you, a traitorous parent. The master of Batian Pavilion took action, and his huge palm suppressed it directly. But he didn't dare to go too far, at least not to kill the other party. The Rain King's complexion changed drastically again, and he quickly took out his treasure and used his magic to resist. The body was suppressed, and the treasure collapsed instantly. Rain King was suppressed and lay on the square. As soon as the internal injuries appeared, a large mouthful of blood spurted out, and his face instantly turned pale and softened. Unexpectedly, the gap between the formation realm and the venerable realm was so terrifying. It's really scary. He struggled hard, used the mysterious rain method to destroy the thugs, and quickly flew up. Damn it, you really think I'm easy to bully? Rain, God's decree. The Rain King roared angrily. Boom. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, and he sacrificed the damaged decree of the rain god in his hand. The momentum is great. Seeing this scene, the master of Batian Pavilion frowned slightly. It's time to learn the decree of the rain god, he said coldly. On a peak of Batian Pavilion, Huang Wei's figure was sitting on a tree, watching the scene below. The moment he saw the Rain King displaying the rain god's decree, he couldn't help but raise his lips. If it can be projected, I will lose. The lower world is completely disconnected from the upper world. The decree of the rain god is a projected attack from the rain god in the upper realm to the lower realm. But the premise is that you must be able to get in touch. This situation doesn't work anymore. All these attacks that require upper world projection will lose their effect. Just when everyone was looking forward to it, there were only dark clouds in the square, and then the dark clouds disappeared. A few crows flew by. Quack, quack, quack. The Rain King rolled his eyes and was dumbfounded. He exclaimed, "What happened? Why didn't the rain god come? Is it possible that your Batian Pavilion's methods are the same?" He was completely panicked and looked at the master of Batian Pavilion, wanting to ask for an explanation. The 3 people from Batian Pavilion were also preparing to watch the performance, but they did not expect such a funny scene to happen. Haha, I also want to meet your rain god. It seems that you rain gods are also discerning and know that descendants of traitors like you have no shame in showing up. Go away. This pavilion master, for the sake of the Stone Emperor, will spare your life. The master of Batian Pavilion didn't bother to talk to this loser and took action directly, slapping the huge thug towards the Rain King. The Rain King's attack was just about to come out, but it was destroyed and shattered. After being hit, he vomited blood, rolled high in the sky, flew out of Batian Pavilion, and hit the ground hard. The whole process looked like a complete crush, but it is actually crushing. Ahem. Rain King. Outside, the pavilion. The guards of the Rain Clan were shocked and turned around quickly to come to the Rain King point. The Rain King's voice trembled. Quick, the Rain Clan. After speaking with his last breath, he passed out directly. He had suffered severe injuries both internally and externally and was now in an absolutely miserable state. The Rain Clan guards did not hesitate and quickly retreated with the Rain King. Seeing the Yu clan fleeing in panic, everyone in Batian Pavilion felt extremely happy. I have to say that the Venerable Realm is really useful for torturing people. The Master of Batian Pavilion stretched out his hand and smiled. I'm so strong in the realm of the Venerable. I don't know when I can step into the realm of the Venerable. I'm really looking forward to it. Elder Lei said with an envious look. The same goes for Elder Calabash. As long as you want, you can do it now. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind them. Chapter 377. Tired of playing? As long as you want, you can do it now. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind them. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, the three of them turned around quickly. Then they saw a young man walking slowly towards them. Emperor. When the three of them saw this, they immediately raised their hands and bowed respectfully. No need to be polite, Huang Wei waved slowly. Is what the Emperor just said true, Ancestor? Lei and Elder Good asked. Of course, there are 3 Puan pills here. Let's consider it as a chance to meet you, and also to see your exchange of heaven building techniques. 3 elixirs emitting golden light slowly floated into the air in his hand, and came to the 3 of them respectively. The 3 people quickly took it over, their eyes shrouded in golden light. His eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 329. This elixir is of peerless quality. The Emperor really wants to give us such a precious elixir? The 3 of them were shocked and didn't care at all about Huang Wei's Shrine Mending Technique point. Even if the Heaven Mending Technique is a secret of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, the most advanced one, but in the face of an emperor who saved their souls, just take it if you want. The Lord Sacrificial Spirit didn't say anything, and they wouldn't say anything either, and these 3 Puan pills are more than enough. Take it. Don't be polite to me. These 3 pills are of great use to you, but they are not of much use to me. You just broke through to the realm of the Venerable. This pill can help you completely solid foundation. Huang Wei's eyes stayed on the Pavilion Master, smiled slightly, and said, if that's the case, then we won't be polite, you, Emperor. If anything happens to the Emperor in the future, just give me your orders. Yes. Huang Wei nodded with satisfaction. Go ahead. The 3 of them bid farewell to Huang Wei and quickly found a place to retreat and swallow pills to practice. His figure disappeared into the sky and appeared in front of Shen Dao again. I've met the great emperor. Shen Teng said respectfully. Publish the news. Huang Wei said to him. Yes, so Shindo directly posted a paragraph. I swear as a sacrifice to the spirits of Batian Pavilion that from now on, Batian Pavilion will form an alliance with the first ancestral land of the Stone Clan and will never violate it. The sound of his divine thoughts quickly expanded to the Bahuan world. There was also Huang Wei's assist, which made the speed and propagation position of the sound faster and wider in an instant. All the major forces in the 8 wildernesses were shocked. The expressions of everyone in Prince Yu's mansion changed. This is true for the emperors of the Fire Kingdom, the Gold Kingdom, the Stone Kingdom and other countries. In the pavilion on the first floor, Emperor Shi paused while reviewing the book in his hand. The spirit sacrifice divine vine of Batian Pavilion has actually personally formed an alliance with our clan's first ancestral land. And it's even announced to the world. Shi Huang looked extremely surprised. That was thought to exist in the divine fire realm. Your Majesty, does the resurrection of Shen Teng have something to do with the first ancestral land? Otherwise, there will be no second. The guard on the side said. It is very possible that Shen Teng suffered a lot of injuries. It is said that he deliberately let the outside world know, but in my opinion, it is definitely a lie by Shen Teng to those who want to take advantage of him, and he does have. There is a high probability that he died, but he did not expect that he recovered in the end. It is like this today, and everyone in Bahuang already knows what happened last night, and now it is announced so directly. Anyone who is not a fool understands that the resurrection of Shen Teng and the first ancestor of the earth has absolutely nothing to do with it. Now, Order people to go to Batian Pavilion and inquire about the location of the Stone Clan's first ancestral land. There are definitely many people who do this, but the only one who can really tell us is maybe our Stone Kingdom. After all, the Stone Clan's first ancestral land is not the same as ours. They are of the same vein. Also, send all the soldiers to lead the troops to the wilderness to find the whereabouts of the ancestral land. This time everyone will work hard to find it. The Stone Emperor issued the order. According to the order, the bodyguard bowed respectfully and turned around to execute the order. Time passed by in a flash, and in the following time, powerful people continued to go to Batian Pavilion to inquire about the whereabouts of the first ancestral land of the Stone Clan. Also, the Stone Emperor came in person and found the Divine Vine. However, Chen Xin told the other party honestly that even he did not know where the first ancestral land of the Stone Kingdom was, but he told the other party about his previous recovery point. Things about Huang Wei were also told point, because this is authorized by the Emperor. After the authorization was completed that day, Huang Wei left point in the following days. He traveled around the 8 wastelands. It also killed many things that didn't have eyesight. Travel to the various hells in the Teku Sacred Mountain and areas called forbidden areas by these people. Everything here now means nothing to him, a Douluo Jinxon. Because no matter where the thing is, as long as it's still in the ball, everything still belongs to him. As time went by, Shiheo also condensed the 33 caves. In the end, using the mysterious chapter of the cave in the Ethereum as a bridge, 33 caves were broken and merged into the only cave of the saint. At this point, it was a breakthrough into the realm of spirit transformation in one fell swoop. Huang Wei obtained the Taishang spirit transformation chapter, which was directly transferred from the gods to the other party for cultivation point. Let the other party also make a copy in Shikan, and let the rest of the people in Shikan also practice. But except for children, other adults cannot practice. Because the lowest level is the realm of the venerable, and with the help of abundant resources, many people have entered the realm of divine fire. From the moment the divine fire is ignited, the whole person has a higher understanding of everything in this world. Point at this moment, the 4 guardian beasts in the first ancestral land have reached the holy sacrifice realm. Point there is a complete gap between them and them before. Point today Shikan can truly be called a fairyland on earth, living up to its reputation as the first ancestral land. In the blink of an eye, several years passed by. Point the Stone Emperor, who received the decree on the way, also found the first ancestral land, saw the terrible details of the first ancestral land, and came back to worship his ancestors. Shi Yunfeng specially gave them the address, and Shiheo has become a monk in the formation realm. Point after several years of experience, he has become an absolute supreme boy. Point he fought with Shi Yi before. Point although Shi Yi listened to Huang Wei's previous suggestion and concentrated on practicing martial arts, he was still defeated in the battlefield of the virtual god realm. Point finally died. Point the ancient mermaid took his body away. Point after that, Shiheo fought against the messenger from outside the territory, and the 6 paths of reincarnation was almost shattered by his terrifying fist in the Saint Cave Heaven. Point fortunately, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was a special treasure, and was finally collected by Huang Wei. That person was also killed by Shiheo. Huang Wei studied the fragments of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, and finally made several copies in the super energy laboratory. Mass production was started directly, and Shiheo was asked to take it back and give one to everyone in Shikan. After that, various plots in the original work also happened. For example, the venerable master from the ancient sacred mountain challenged Shiheo to a fight of 2 points and so on. But there are no plots about people coming down from the upper world. Point after all, I can't get down. Point although the plot was disrupted and the storylines occurred out of sequence, the stories belonging to the lower world and the original work still appeared. Point this was approved by Huang Wei. Point as long as they are creatures from the lower world. Point that's it. Okay, after so many years, I'm tired of playing in the perfect world, and I can't go up to the upper world. Then it's time to completely refine this planet, and integrate it into the mixed world, and go to the next world, outside the Bahuang world. Huang Wei holds the spherical world in his hands. Chapter 378 Battle against Heaven. After spending some days, Huang Wei refined the 8 desolate worlds and integrated them into the chaos realm within his body. Chaos is huge again. And his reflection also appeared, reflecting the entire chaotic world. All the living beings in the mixed world prostrated themselves on the ground under this majesty. Seeing this scene, Huang Wei didn't have much emotion. The creatures in the Bahuan world were also extremely shocked. With the integration of the 8 desolate worlds, the entire mixed world has become wider. A complete breakthrough into the realm of immortality. The quasi-immortal emperor will become the highest level of difficulty that a living being can practice. Among the creatures in the mixed world, there are many people who stand at the top of the world and are unwilling to be trapped in the mixed world. They staged a group union, hoping to break the way of heaven and break out of this cage-like world. The cultivation of these people has reached the peak of the quasi-immortal Emperor of the mixed realm, which is also the peak of the golden immortal. They thought they were already invincible. At least in their eyes, they are the existence of emperors in a certain world in the chaotic world. So, challenge the way of heaven. The combined forces want to launch an attack on the highest divine realm. But in the end, after truly witnessing the horror of the god realm, almost the army was wiped out. And these people after death quickly entered the underworld to reincarnate. There are dozens of quasi-immortal emperors in the alliance of these forces. 2 of them are at the pinnacle of quasi-immortal emperors. There is also a half-step peak quasi-immortal emperor. The alliance army has tens of millions. This is indeed a very terrifying force. But facing the countless peak quasi-immortal emperors in the god realm, as well as the terrifying transcendent peak quasi-immortal emperors, this is equivalent to the existence of Tai golden immortal. In an instant, he was crushed to death. Dozens of quasi-immortal emperors in the alliance army were killed and suppressed. The sky is filled with the blood of immortals and gods. The half-step transcendent peak quasi-immortal emperor was so badly beaten that he couldn't even care about the army. At this moment, they understood what despair is, what innocence is, what powerlessness is, and what terror is. Looking at the dead members, the quasi-immortal emperor was furious and rushed directly into the divine world to explode himself, wanting to die with them. The gods in the world are all members of the Wuming sect, except for Liu Shen, who is the lowest. The rest are all at the pinnacle of quasi-immortal emperor. The number is so terrifying that it makes their scalp numb. And there are quite a few quasi-immortal emperors at the highest level, although not as many as there are at the top quasi-immortal emperors at this level. The number of alliance troops is no longer an advantage. I'm not willing to give in. Why do we have to live in this cage? God realm, let your real master come out, if you have the ability. I want to fight him. See how tall he is. Half a step beyond the top quasi-immortal emperor. Emperor Chen was suppressed in the ancient immortal burial ruin square in the Ascension Shrine Xianhuan restricted area. Emperor Chen, as a member of the Han realm, you attempted to rebel against the way of heaven and caused heavy casualties to all the sentient beings who followed you. Your sins are grave. Hey, Bodong, the supreme top quasi-immortal emperor, looked at the suppressed figure below who was still roaring and said coldly, Chapter 330. You have to know, without the help of Heavenly Dao, integrating all the worlds into one realm, do you think you can achieve this kind of cultivation? You were born from Douluo heaven, and it is indeed extraordinary to be able to reach this point, but you are not, shouldn't it be, to challenge the majesty of the divine world and the majesty of heaven. Everything you do, God sees. Hey Bodong let out an immortal emperor's aura that shocked the sky forever. He stood with his hands behind his back, and his cold tone made the sky shake. Because the laws of the mixed world are almost complete, they are well consolidated. Therefore, the battles of these strong men did not cause the void to shatter, landslides and earth torn apart, or flash floods and tsunamis to occur. Bullshit. God realm. Bullshit Heavenly Dao. I don't accept it. You are nothing more than lackeys of Heavenly Dao. Zanshan roared mockingly. Currently, there are 5 heavens in the Han realm: Douluo heaven, Daopio heaven, Fisheng heaven, 8 desolate heavens, and God realm heaven. The God realm heaven is the strongest and most terrifying existence under heaven. All the people in the God realm are the first group of people who followed Huang Wei. It is already a very ancient existence. Of course, there was also new blood during this period. It is unreasonable and humiliates the way of heaven. Go and reincarnate. Hey. Bodong was so angry that he planned to use his famous stunt, Xian Bing Lang Xiang, to kill the other party point anyway. There is no shortage of quasi-immortal emperors in the mixed world, and there is no shortage in the divine world point. However, at this moment, the heaven and earth shook point. His attack didn't come out point when such changes occurred. Hey Bodong's expression changed point. Visions come from the sky point immediately afterwards. A figure descended from the sky, and all the golden lotuses of the avenue bloomed. Everything here revives. The way of heaven. When Hey Bodong saw this person, he immediately saluted respectfully. Heaven, the way of heaven. Zanshine's pupils shrank, and he gritted his teeth. For some reason at this moment, he couldn't help but tremble all over his body. After looking at him, his soul was filled with fear at the same time. He was also a little excited. Don't use your full strength, challenge me a little bit. Huang Wei stared at Zanshin expressionlessly. He raised his hand and faced the other person with a little distance. In an instant, a terrifying invisible pressure descended on Zanshin. Zanshin spat out blood, his whole body was shattered, and he lay completely on the ground. How could it be so powerful? Zanshin's fear comes from his soul. Do you really think that I don't know your intentions? I know every move in the mixed world. If you want to leave the mixed world, you have to show your ability to prove that you can, but now it is very likely that you are not strong enough, so go to reincarnation. Huang Wei pinched Zanshin gently in the air. Bang! In an instant, Zanshin, the half-step supreme quasi-immortal emperor, turned into endless blood mist and fell here. The void connecting the underworld was opened. As soon as the tunnel seal is released, it directly erases the opponent's past and present memories, and turns into a soul, and is sent to the 18th level of hell point. It was Huang Wei's mercy that he didn't directly destroy the other party's soul. This kind of war must not happen again in the chaotic world for 10,000 years. If it happens again, your souls will be destroyed in one thought of this emperor. Huang Wei's voice spread throughout the fifth heaven of the chaotic world. All living and non-living things hear clearly. This is the decree of heaven. No one dared to resist. Hell. This place is dark and gloomy, and the underworld officials are very busy sending these souls who started the war, or died during the war, into reincarnation. Those who deserve punishment will be sent to the 18th level of hell. Deep in the 6 paths of reincarnation, Huang Wen's presence was felt, and the space was immediately banned. A figure appeared. It was the Soul Emperor who had reincarnated into reincarnation. I've seen the way of heaven. Today's Soul Heavenly Emperor is also a supreme peak quasi-immortal emperor. As long as Huang Wen's cultivation reaches a high level, he will reach the level of immortal emperor in one fell swoop. Not bad. I have worked hard for you over the years, Huang Wei said. It is my duty to serve God. Soul Emperor said respectfully. Okay, keep working hard. After saying this, Huang Wei disappeared. Everything around has returned to calm. Soul Emperor sighed, with a complex light in his eyes. Now he tried to erase the gods, but unfortunately it was of no use point. And every time I have this thought or action, there will always be a shock of death. Chapter 379. The original Supergod universe leaving the chaotic world. Huang Wei was deep in a strange universe point, stepping on a Death Star. He shook his head slightly inside. These people know how to resist me every day, and they don't know how much I have paid for the entire mixed world. They don't know the cruelty of the outside world, but their cultivation is high, and it is indeed inevitable to have this kind of mentality. And now I seem to understand the feelings of Fatty and in some novels. As the one who was attacked, I feel the same way. Forget it, let them have fun. If they want to challenge me, then break through to the God realm first. Huang Wei shook his head, sat cross-legged, started to operate the technique, and entered into practice. Many years have passed, and now his cultivation level is in the middle stage of Douluo Jingxin. He discovered that it seemed that he didn't need to go to a really high world to level up. The system's previous words did not deceive him. Sure enough, using the avenue roulette as a quarter did use can really eliminate the inability to upgrade because he realized the Tao of Douluo Jingxin in the chaotic world, and it belongs to his own Tao. It's called the way of the world. It is also the law of the world. This is a law he understood. Douluo Jingxin generally only has a little understanding of the law. Only a quasi-sage can understand the laws, but outside of some special laws, this is no longer within his scope. Such as the laws of his world. It means constantly absorbing and merging the world into the mixed world to improve yourself. At present, the upper limit of his ability to upgrade is the mid-stage Douluo Jinxin point. If you want to break through the late stage of Douluo Jinxin, you need to absorb and integrate more worlds regardless of whether the world is strong or weak. If the world is weaker, it won't be a big deal if it integrates more. Huang when his eyes moved and the system interface appeared. Host, Huang Wei divine soul, divine martial arts talent, turtle longevity, endless life, fusion of rings, world body, lifespan, identity, lord of chaos. Tao key comes with the ability to strengthen the foundation and cultivate the energy. The middle stage of Douluo Jinxin experience points required for mid-level promotion. 0/500 billion divine bones, Douluo divine martial armor, skills, teleportation, invincible golden body, ice, and fire dragon king strike, absolute zero, absolute flame extinction, water shadow light body, evil killer whale slash, death spirit tide, wrath demon whale kill, divine power conversion, blood bat shield, blood red nine-headed storm. The center of the god realm will automatically upgrade the year. Soul power, mid-stage of Douluo Jinxin physical strength, mid-stage of Douluo Jinxin self-god, divine warrior deity acquired treasure, heart of divine martial arts, sword of the gods, shield of the gods, innate treasure, Deo roulette, one of the 4 fragments, but does not affect normal use. Heavenly Deo seal, earthly Deo seal, humane Deo seal. Soul skills, defense, with 1 level of counter injury critical strike. 5 levels of armor enhancement, armor saving, martial spirit space, martial air destruction, infinite divine weapon cannon, divine martial gravity field, divine martial true body, supporting the wrath of the sky, divine martial 9 change, Shenwu destroys the world, reverse damage rate, 200% critical hit rate, 200% cultivation speed, 100% inner elixir drive, deep sea demonic whale king inner elixir, blood red 9-headed bat king inner elixir, 10-headed fiery sun snake inner elixir, Poseidon's heart, integrated into the heart, system warehouse, 10 fierce fire location soul, Gangshan, ultimate body, golden immortal peak, embryonic stage, juvenile stage, infancy, juvenile stage, growth stage, adult stage, mature stage, complete mature stage, ultimate body, super ultimate body, kung fu, burning technique emperor level, divine martial flame technique, divine martial thunder technique flame, spirit of fairy fire worlds visited, Douluo universe world, god realm, Douluo world, ascension world, and 8 desolate worlds, system, open it and wear it as you like, and start traveling to the next world. After Huang Wei closed the character interface, he spoke. Soon, a familiar picture appeared in front of him. It is the system that is spinning rapidly. Congratulations to the host for winning the original Super God universe. It's the original Super God universe very powerful. After Huang Wei saw the name of this world, he was stunned for a moment and then asked curiously, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331. Although the gods in the super god world are gods, they are really just man-made genetic warriors after all. They all rely on implanting research and development genes to become so-called gods. Even the most powerful angel civilization in that world is like this. Very strong. The system answers. Huang Wei asked, how strong is it? The original super god universe involves the void, which is a super high technological plane. Their combat effectiveness will not be judged by their own cultivation. To a certain extent, the powerful 4th generation divine bodies are stronger than Douluo Jinxin, because Douluo Jinxin's life is not truly eternal, but they can. But, in terms of combat power, it's almost comparable to the golden immortal level. Awesome. Huang Wei said with a shocked look on his face. Go ahead, I can't wait to see it. A void wormhole appeared in front of him, and Huang Wei flew into it and disappeared into the universe point. The worldview of the Supergod universe is huge, with various technologies flying all over the sky, as well as the entire Kamigawa civilization point. The Milky Way galaxy is everything they have discovered. As for the outer universe, they have been searching to no avail. So in their view, the Milky Way galaxy is all known civilizations. The Milky Way galaxy is huge. The original Super God universe world point outside the Angel Nebula. A wormhole appeared at this moment, and a figure appeared on it. It was Huang Wei, who came from another world point, looking at the huge nebula in front of me and the various galaxies around it. For some reason, he felt a familiar feeling immediately. The Chiwu star system in this world has the Earth. In a sense, it is the Earth in countless parallel universes. It's great. After traveling for so long and fighting for so long, I finally have the opportunity to return to the Earth system. Where am I now? Huang Wei felt the same way inexplicably and then asked. The system replied, System, where am I now? The current location is the Angel Nebula, which is during the Battle of the Raging Sea. Fuck you. Are you saying that we are still close to 60,000 to 70,000 years away from the Earth in the plot? Huang Wei's pupils widened and he spoke. Yes. The system said. Huang Wei said that it is not worth talking about it. But now that he's here, he doesn't worry. Anyway, his life is eternal, and he has plenty of time. If I refine the entire Super God universe into the mixed world, can I break through to the quasi-sage? Huang Wei asked curiously. The peak of Douluo Jinxon reaches the sky. The system said. Shut up. Stop talking. Huang Wei rushed directly towards Angel Nebula point. After entering the atmosphere, a stream of fire appeared on him point, but it couldn't hurt him at all. The Angel Clan. Holy Kasha. Easy. Liangbing. Tut tut. Let me tell you what a true god is. You are just man-made technological gods at most, and you will become nothing in the face of absolute power. Although this world is technologically advanced, it also has many flaws. For example, the soul body and spirit body are very difficult for them to deal with. No one else except Holy Kasha can deal with Carol point. This is the flaw point. If placed in front of Huang Wei, a single mental power could crush him to death. Chapter 380 Angel Nebula. Kasha, who are you? Easy. After Huang Wei's figure entered the atmosphere, he saw a group of angels with a pair of white wings below, constantly fighting. The scene was very miserable. Many bodies fell into the sea. The Skyblade group, headed by the female angel Kisha, fought against the Huayi King battleship group, headed by the male angel Huayi point. To a certain extent, the female angel's resistance forces outnumber the male angels. However, the number of casualties on both sides also reached a terrifying level point. But the situation soon reversed. A group of angels want to fly away from the Angel Nebula. Huayi had already set up an energy barrier to trap him. The female angels became anxious. A female angel wearing a silver white dress and long silver hair flew out. Her name was Easy. Said, this is a defensive barrier. I have been involved in research and development. It requires an energy loader, and it will be consumed faster when resisting attacks. This is a breakthrough. Kesha stared at the huge battleship flying out in front of her, and coldly uttered two words. Who are you? Sasha, long time no see, you miss me so much. Huayi slowly walked out of the royal ship, blew a kiss, and said with a joking smile. Yes, I want you to die. Kesha's eyes widened, revealing absolute hatred and murderous intent. TSK, your words are still so unpleasant. You have to think about it. Once the war starts, you will all die here. Huayi narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Draw the bow, Angel. Kesha ignored him, raised her sword, and pointed at it. The next second, the archer behind him drew the bow and shot. Everyone took this opportunity to open a small hole in the defensive barrier. Kesha took this opportunity and rushed out. We are all from the same clan. How about repaying each other's grievances? Why don't we all surrender to this emperor? However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred, and a voice that surprised everyone rang out. Who the fuck? Huayi frowned and quickly raised his head. Kesha, who was rushing up, also stopped and looked up with a look of surprise on her face. This is true for everyone. They all saw a strange figure appear in the sky, and then in a blink of an eye, he came to the top of Huang Wei's battleship, sat down leisurely, and watched them. The person who came was none other than Huang Wei. He looked at the group of angels in front of him with a relaxed expression. What the hell are you? You dare to break into my angel nebula? You are seeking death. Hua. Yi came back to his senses. Although he was slightly shocked by the opponent's movement, it was nothing. He pointed and cursed. Who is this person? He doesn't have angel wings behind him, but he can appear in the air. Is he an alien from outside the angel nebula? Angel. Kesha frowned and said point easy inside the defensive barrier also looked at the man above curiously point, but Huang Wei gave them a very ordinary feeling, without any outstanding performance. I am your future master. It is said that there are people from your angel family in my body. I just don't know who is more powerful compared to you. Huang Wei didn't pay attention to Huang Wei's words, but spoke calmly point with a wave of his hand. The crystal controlling the defensive barrier below exploded with a bang. You bastard. What a loud tone. I want you to die. Huang Wei shouted angrily. Even though it was like this, he was still a little scared. The most important thing was that the other party actually said this in front of him. It was really annoying, and he felt humiliated. Kill him for me. With a wave, several more powerful male angels were asked to go up and give it a try. When the female angel Kesha and others heard this, they also frowned and were very angry. It would be easier if the other party was a woman, especially those who have been oppressed by male angels for many years. After hearing what the other party said, they became even more angry. Pull your bow and shoot him down. For a short period of time, she was directly on the same front with Huang Wei. The other party is not from the angel clan, yet must be aliens. Aliens dare to come to Angel Nebula and make such a noise. I really can't stand it. The male angel rushed forward, and the female angel drew her bow and shot. This is normal. Everyone doesn't believe that there is anyone stronger than themselves before being beaten. Looking at this scene, Huang Wei had no expression. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying fairy fire instantly burned the flying male angels and the long arrows. He doesn't intend to crush them with absolute power, because that would be too boring. But I have to say that the combat effectiveness of the original Super God universe is indeed very high, which can be seen in the battles just now. Exclamation mark. King. Huang Wei, save me. It's so hot. It hurts. It's almost ready. In an instant, the flying male angel screamed and was burned to ashes in pain. As for the long swords, they were burned directly. This scene shocked everyone in the audience. The injured Sumali had almost recovered and was about to get up and fly over when he saw this scene. There is also the Liang Bing army coming over. What the hell is this? Liang Bing muttered to himself as his eyes widened. Damn, this flame is pretty powerful. I don't know where it came from. Seeing this scene, Huang Wei murmured in his heart. Then he picked up the Wang sword and jumped up, intending to try the opponent himself. A divine sword appeared in Huang Wei's hand and he slashed it down. Bang! After one blow, Huang Wei exploded like a cannonball. It hit the ground of the spacecraft hard, causing pain. Chapter 332. So strong. In one face-to-face meeting, he tested the gap between himself and the other party. What a slap in the face. He knocked Huang Wei down in one confrontation. So strong. The angels were extremely shocked. Huang Wei's technique fell from above. Huang Wei's expression changed drastically, and he immediately turned around to avoid it. Bang! The Shenwu sword just penetrated the ground, and the stone flew out. Huang Wei broke out in cold sweat. If he had been hit by this blow, the consequences would be unbelievable. But the next second, Huang Wei's figure disappeared and reappeared. With a pop, a long sword penetrated Huang Wei's body directly. Huang Wei's body shook, and he spit out blood. What the? Severe pain made him collapse. The opponent's speed was too fast, and he couldn't even see it. Pulling out the sword, another wave of severe pain swept through him, and blood kept splattering. Huang Wei looked at the blood on the Shenwu sword and smiled slightly. Is this the blood of an angel? It's also red. He stepped on Huang Wei's wound, making it more painful. Next, I cut your head off. The Shenwu sword was aimed at Hua Yi's head. No, don't have something to say. Speak carefully. Hua Yi felt death coming. His body was in too much pain, and he tried his best to say these words. Sweat covered his body. Thief, please don't hurt my king. Sumali and Kunpeng rushed over. The former shot the Yinsu dagger in his hand, while the latter swung his sword over. The other male angels reacted and rushed over. Kesha, can't you see the situation clearly at this time? The opponent's purpose is so obvious. If he kills the king, we angels will also be enslaved by then. The top priority should be to join forces to fight against this intruder. Sumali controlled the flying knife, turned around and shouted, Kesha, Hexi, chapter 381. Surrender does not mean slavery. What should we do now? Z flew to Kesha and asked. Liang Bing's team also arrived. What the hell? I didn't see the opponent's combat power explode. Just let these scumbags die. Liang Bing said directly and coldly. If this is the case, we will all surrender to him. What should we do? Should we surrender? Hexi said. Liang Bing was puzzled. Let's take a look. The opponent is so powerful that there is no need to fight. It will only make the sisters die together. If the opponent's stance is not evil, surrendering is not impossible. We can wait until we get up later. Kesha, as the leader of the resistance, said, tightly holding the sword in her hand. The female angels stopped moving. All the male angels rushed towards Huang Wei. At this moment, a fire dragon emerged directly from Huang Wei's body, roared, spun in a circle, and quickly annihilated the weapon. Even an Ansu silver dagger melted directly. The male angel's whole body burned under the intense heat, and he screamed and was bullied. Wherever the fire dragon passed, all the male angels turned into ashes. The scene was extremely shocking. Seeing this scene, everyone present swallowed their saliva and looked horrified. Get out of here. Kesha's expression changed drastically and she shouted. All the female angels retreated away from this place. A burst of flame struck Hua Yi's body. The other party was in pain, burning and crying to death. Sorry, I'm not interested in men, only women. Huang Wei said lightly. In the end, Hua Yi was burned to ashes. King Sumali's whole body went limp. Kunpeng was also swept away by the fire dragon just now and disappeared. Today, he is the only male angel left. The next moment, the fire dragon rushed towards him. No, don't kill me. At this moment, Sumali, who was fearless, trembled all over, became frightened, turned around and ran away. But the speed was too slow. In the next second, Sumali was directly swallowed by the fire dragon and died in pain while burning. I'll go, so strong. If we charge forward, we will really die. There is no chance of winning. Liang Bing said fearfully. All of them are afraid. This can't be said to be a war. It can only be said to be a unilateral dimensionality reduction attack. He suppressed the panic in his heart and said. Kesha was also shocked and speechless by the powerful strength of the man in front of her. She could only stare at the other party. Now that Hua Yi and the others were eliminated, how should the other party treat them? If it really comes to that, I would rather fight to death than be enslaved. Kesha gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, gritted her teeth, and said, we are not afraid of death. I am willing to fight and die together with Queen Kesha. Although the female angel behind her was frightened, she still shouted resolutely, it's just death. I'm afraid of that. Liang Bing also gritted his teeth and said, it's done. It's not that difficult. Huang Wei sat on the bow of the boat. The huge fire dragon shrank and circled on his finger and then disappeared into his body. Dear angel ladies, don't look at me with the eyes of an enemy. From a certain point of view, I helped you kill Hua Yi and overthrew his order in heaven. I'm your benefactor, right? Looking at the female angels who looked wary and hostile, eager to draw their swords and fight in the next second, Huang Wei waved gently and said with a smile. When the angels heard this, they realized that this was indeed the case. If the other party hadn't appeared, more sisters would have died. Even if we don't have your help, we can still kill Hua Yi and overthrow the order of the Heavenly Palace. And no matter what, Hua Yi is also a member of the Angel Clan. Only the Angel Clan can kill people from the Angel Clan. As an outsider, you killed them, Kesha said with a complicated expression. If you insist on thinking that way, then I can't help it. I just want to help you," Huang Wei said with a smile. "I have to say, Kesha's group of people are really beautiful. In his previous life, when he was visiting the super seminary, he already had the urge to want the three kings to be his wife. It's just a pity that it can't be done. But now that he finally came, he naturally wanted to do what he wanted to do. But you want to enslave us?" Kesha gritted her teeth and said. "You should know why we resisted him. Now he wants us to return to the era of slavery. We would rather be burned to death than compromise." Kesha pointed her sword at Huang Wei and said coldly, "Yes, I would rather be burned to death than compromise." The female angel also drew her sword, pointed at Huang Wei, and shouted in unison, "How come you angels' brain development has reached 40%, so why is your understanding ability so low? I never said I wanted to enslave you. When did I say that?" Huang Wei spread his hands and said innocently, "You just said that you want our angels to surrender to you. What's the difference between you and Hua Yi?" Liang Bing shouted. Huang Wei smiled. "Submission does not mean slavery. Are you stupid? Or, to put it another way, it means following me. Do you understand now? Join my force and follow me." "Okay," Huang Wei said carefully. Kesha and others frowned. "Who are you?" "We, the Angel Clan, just want to be ourselves. I'm the Supreme God," Huang Wei said, and in an instant, a magnificent power enveloped everyone, and all the angels fell into a terrifying space at this moment. Sacred and inviolable. The Supreme Majesty envelopes all heavens and all realms. Douluo Jinxon's cultivation in the middle stage is no joke. Join my force and follow me. I can make you angels stronger. With my protection, your life will be more comfortable. In the blink of an eye, all the angels came to their senses. Besides that, I can also resurrect your dead angels. Huang Wei smiled and revealed such a big news again. "Seriously?" Kesha came back from the shock and asked. "The Emperor's words are as true as his word. If I can't do it, I will leave now and ignore you all. But if I can do it, you will lead the Angel Clan to surrender to me. How about that?" Chapter 333. Huang Wei said. "Good." Kesha took a deep breath and said. "Then can you resurrect my mother-in-law and father?" Liang Bing asked. "In a sense, as long as their souls are still there, they can be resurrected. Soul, it's the spiritual body, forget it. I will resurrect the female angel who died here first." Huang Wei smiled slightly, pointed his finger, and a burst of energy spread, and a huge Shenwu appeared, standing tall on the sky and on the ground, startling all the angels. The bodies of the locked female angels rose up one after another. They had just died in battle, and their souls were still here. Shenwu's blessing rained down, incorporating the power of the immortal elixir 9 turns of resurrection pill. The female angels bathing in the rain began to regain new vitality at this moment. Looking at the densely packed corpses of their sisters floating in the air in front of them, the female angels felt pain in their hearts, but the next moment, when they saw green light appearing on their bodies and breathing, they all looked overjoyed. Alive, they are breathing. Chapter 380. To the system's super gift package. Huang Di package us. This is come alive. What happened? Queen Keisha, the resurrected angel, looked left and right. His eyes blurred. They all felt incredible. Perhaps where we are now is the time after death. They looked sad. It's really resurrected. What kind of technological means is this? It's so powerful. Kesha, Hexi, Liang Bing, and all the female angels who witnessed what happened were all shocked. Shenwu disappeared, and the rain stopped. Huang Wei smiled slightly and said, "How about it? I keep my word, and now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Sisters, you have died in the battle. This person resurrected you, and helped us kill the scum of Hua Yi. He asked us to surrender to him. I have promised in advance that, if he can resurrect you, I will lead the Angel Clan. Surrender to him. Now that he has done it, what are your plans?" Kesha flew higher in the sky with her wings flapping in an orderly manner, looking down at all the female angels, and a crisp sound sounded. The resurrected female angels were shocked when they heard this, and their eyes were focused on the strange male figure on Hua Yi's ship. The other party did not exude the aura that disgusted them as Hua Yi did. "We follow Queen Keisha's decision." All The female angels spoke one after another. Very good. Kesha nodded then he turned and looked at Huang Wei. We surrender to you. Okay. Huang Wei nodded with satisfaction. If the other party still refused to agree, then he would use the fire dragon to burn everything here. Take it and digest it well. In his hand, 3 rays of light appeared. Directly penetrated into the foreheads of Kesha, Hexi and Liang Bing. As for the rest of the angels, it doesn't matter. As long as the future 3 kings are in control, all problems will not be a problem. What is this? The expressions of the 3 of them changed. They were not fools. This seemed to have planted the seeds of some kind of slavery in them. The next moment, the inherited voice of the gods rang in their minds. If you still have to complete it, you will gain eternal life. Ding. It's detected that the host has accepted the next 30,000 yuan, and the system will reward you with a gift pack of Super God Universe technology. Open. Huang Wei was a little surprised. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Super God level biological engine technology, dark extreme plane development technology, ultra rare element synthesis technology, sacred language fabrication, anti-void technology, super special celestial calculation technology, and super knowledge treasure house, containing everything in the world, various genes in the world. Ultra stable wormhole construction shuttle technology, super divine body research and development technology. In an instant, all these technologies poured into Huang Wei's mind, causing him to squint his eyes. Fortunately, his mental power reached Douluo Jingxin. Otherwise your head will explode. Although he is Douluo Jingxin and an immortal cultivator, but he is still very interested in technology. Technology is really amazing, and the technologies provided by the system are incredible. Huang Wei couldn't help but sigh. My name is Huang Di. He looked at all the angels and said, "See, Huang Di." All the angels saluted. You are all dismissed. Let's go back and hold the enthronement ceremony. Huang Wei waved his hand. He planned to have fun with these high-tech technologies. First point. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure disappeared directly on the ship. This move made Kesha and others stunned, and then disappeared. The thing on this head is called a god. After it is completed, you can get eternal life. As long as our angels can upgrade their combat bodies, their lifespan can still reach a very high level, but it is not enough for eternity. I feel like I can connect to a hidden world. It's really amazing. Let's go back and take a closer look after we take the throne. Facing this mysterious power, they all remained vigilant. The 3 of them turned around and returned. This battle will end sooner than they expected. On the 3rd day, the enthronement ceremony of the 3 kings in the Angel Nebula was held. Angel King, Heavenly Blade King Holy Kesha, Heavenly Base King Hexi, Apocalypse King Liang Bing. This enthronement ceremony was so grand that it was completed on the Shanren. After so many years, we have overthrown Xian Sahuai's order in the Heavenly Palace. Sisters, thank you for your hard work. Now we have a female-dominated civilization. We women are in charge. War brings us sorrow, and weakness brings us sorrow. So I want to establish a just order and help weak civilizations eradicate all evil existences. From now on, in the name of my holy Kesha, I officially declare that the angelic justice order has come out. Kesha, Hexi, and Liang Bing stood on the left and right, turned around, and the leader raised the sword in his hand and swore an oath. Suddenly, as the order of justice was established, all the female angels bowed and worshipped this king of angels, the founder of the righteous order. In the blink of an eye, several years have passed. Huang Wei has never appeared again since he disappeared that time. Instead, study these technologies in your own world. Combined with the super laboratory, he developed a large number of technological weapons. In his world, he has very hard elemental materials, and they can be reproduced. They are completely inexhaustible. In the end, he created technological products. Huang Di's biological engine, Huang Di's knowledge treasure house, Huang Di's super celestial body computing system, Huang Di's divine body, Huang Di's private dark plane. As for other things, he also does research, but he mainly focuses on these. After all, I'm more interested in these. As for those genetic gadgets, he also imported them into the super laboratory, and now he has countless genes. There are also all the knowledge of various civilizations stored in the treasure house. In terms of void, it is a less important thing to him. After all, his own strength is terrifyingly powerful. On this day, he used gods to summon the three kings to the nameless realm. Huang Di, why did you come to us? The three girls have also been studying the gods over the years. With their efforts, they quickly completed the tests of the gods and became true gods. Their lives have reached a higher level, and their lives have been synchronized with the divine world. As long as the gods are immortal, they will not be destroyed. Eternity is endless. But the flaw is that, if the divine world is destroyed, life will not be eternal. So they have been studying various high technologies over the years. Something fun for you, Huang. When he conveyed the knowledge he had compiled over the years to the other party, the Yellow Emperor's knowledge treasure house connects the data and delivers the information I prepared to the three kings. Since the three women were made gods by him, their lives are in his hands. If the three women want to betray, he can easily crush them to death. When they arrive in the entire super god universe, the strongest angel clan is already under his control, then everything will become less important. The three kings quickly accepted this knowledge and were completely stunned. Chapter 383 Star absorbing planet took a lot of time for the three queens to digest the huge amount of knowledge in their minds. Moreover, Huang Wei took into account their mental reasons, so he subtracted a lot of things from this compiled knowledge and only kept the key points. However, compared to the three of them who were in their 40s and close to 50, very capable of understanding. After inheriting the gods, their mental power will also be improved, which is equivalent to their brains being developed again. This knowledge, as well as genetic materials, the three women were all shocked. You should digest it well. I will not appear again for a long time, unless you encounter a big crisis. Chapter 334. There are still a lot of resources left for you here. Make good use of them. Huang Wei said as 3 rings were put into the hands of the 3 women. Huang Di, where are you going? After receiving the ring, the 3 women looked a little complicated, and they didn't know what they were thinking. I don't know either. Just go travel in the universe, and go wherever you want. Anyway, if anything happens, you can contact me through the gods. Huang Wei is not sure yet, and at this time, there is still a very long time before the Earth enters modern civilization. The universe is huge. If you want to walk accurately in the universe, you must have a map of the universe, otherwise you are likely to get lost. Hexy said. Huang Wei, I don't have to. Okay, I'm leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure gradually disappeared in front of the 3 people. Let's go. We have acquired so much unfamiliar knowledge at once. We need a lot of time to digest it. Kesha said. He said, yes, with this knowledge, we will definitely be able to lead the Holy Angel clan to a more powerful level. Outside the Angel Nebula, Huang Wei's figure appeared. Start the Yellow Emperor engine. Lock the target Angel Nebula and enter the absorption mode. The next moment, in the entire void, Huang Wei entered his private dark plane and launched the Huang Di engine. This is the top engine at present and even in the future. It cannot be surpassed or copied. Then, he began to refine and absorb the Angel Nebula. The energy brought by a nebula is very huge. But for him in the middle stage of Douluo Jingxun, if he wants to enter the late stage of Douluo Jingxun, the energy of an Angel Nebula is far from enough, because if he wants to upgrade, he needs to constantly absorb planets or planes to integrate into the chaotic world, so that the chaos the world becomes more powerful, so that he cannot be restrained, and can continuously upgrade without going to higher planes. This is not in the sequence of the 3000 cultivation methods, but is a cultivation method that belongs to Huang Wei alone. The shortcomings of this method are also very obvious. If you do not absorb the plane or planet, you will not be able to continue to improve. Unless the pieces of Avenue Roulette can be completed. Currently, he only owns 1 piece, and there are 4 pieces of the Avenue Roulette in total. He still has 3 pieces to collect. If he were to search for it on his own, he would find the year of the monkey, the horse and the moon. Therefore, he can only rely on the system. The super laboratory is very powerful. He has studied Avenue Roulette before, and wants to deduce a second fragment. To complete one peace point it can be done, but the time required to deduce it will take hundreds of millions of years, and the second piece finally produced may not have the power that truly belongs to the second fragment. Some things are unique to Douluo, and even super laboratories cannot reproduce them perfectly. The deduction continues. Anyway, it takes so long to deduce the second fragment. So he planned to directly copy an existing piece point. No one would dislike a treasure as good as the supreme treasure point, but it failed. He asked the system point. The system told him that it wanted to copy a fragment of the avenue roulette or accelerate the deduction of the remaining fragments. Then the host must have the aura of the avenue point. The simplest thing is to raise his cultivation level to the level of half-step Douluo point, but this is more difficult than climbing to heaven point. Now Douluo Jingxin is far away from the realm of Douluo point according to normal realm analysis. Douluo Jingxin is followed by Hunyuan Jingxin, Hunyuan Douluo Jingxin, Hunyuan Wujialuo Jingxin, and Douluo. There is another realm between Hunyuan Wujialuo Jingxin and the Great Douluo, which is the half-step Douluo. This is the power of the former, who has reached the limit of Dzogchen in his cultivation and developed a trace of inner Douluo, or a Angel Nebula was quickly absorbed by him. It is not integrated into the chaotic world, but like the 8 desolate worlds, it is separated first, and then swallowed up completely after the end of the next world. Now his figure disappears quickly, traveling through the galaxy, intending to absorb all living galaxies, and establish a bridge first. The world of chaos is the main focus. When the time comes, he can directly absorb and refine all these planets that have established bridges into the chaotic world with a single thought point. At that time, he will be able to break through to the peak of Douluo Jingxin point. The years are long, and this plan will take a very long time to carry out point in this way. With this as the purpose, Huang Wei started his own star-absorbing plan. Time flies by at work. In the process of absorbing stars, Huang Wei also saw the existence of many civilizations. After building bridges, he will also enter these living galaxies to help them achieve unification and establish the Yellow Emperor's belief. The Yellow Emperor is the supreme ruler in this universe. No one can surpass or offend the majesty of the true God Emperor. This is also one of Huang Wei's bad tastes. Collecting the power of faith also has many benefits for the chaos in him. Body point. Time flies, and just like that, 23,000 years have passed point. In these long years, many things happened point. Because of Huang Wei's intervention in the Battle of the Raging Sea in 23,000 years, the subsequent civil war between the female angels was prevented. Although the Apocalypse King Liangbing had different ideas from Kesha, due to the gods, he escaped into the chaotic world to engage in his own research and development. After coming out, he led a group of developed super demon legions to cause trouble. Point. It seems that the influence of the gods has not prevented them from becoming such opponents. Faced with this series of things, Huang Wei knew everything point, but he didn't stop it. He just allowed things to develop like this. As for the death of the last 30,000 people, it was impossible for him to happen, and he would not allow such a thing to happen. 17,000 years of history have not changed, and we still have diplomatic relations with the Kamigawa civilization. However, the technology of the Angel civilization directly crushed the Kamigawa civilization. The other party wanted to pry and felt the crisis. In the end, the cooperation quickly disappeared. Both sides are on guard. Although Liangbing and Kesha didn't deal with each other, they were not stupid enough to tell the others about the Angel's information. Because this information belongs to the anonymous sect. If she told her, who knows what terrible things would happen. But now she possesses a very powerful 4th generation divine body, the Eternal Demon divine body, the Eternal Demon's knowledge treasury, Eternal Demon's biological engine, Eternal Demon's celestial calculations, and the technology he mastered in the void is terrifying. Therefore, her current combat power is not comparable to that of her normal counterpart. These technologies, including the divine body, are all branches derived from Huang's scientific and technological knowledge. The divine body can be directly upgraded to the 5th generation. There are 2 types of roots in the 5th generation. One is the void body root. One is the Huangdi adaptive upgrade root. Today Liangbing is trying to combine the first and the second point. If they can be combined together, her 5th generation body will be a very terrifying existence. The war between gods and demons has already been fought once. 14,000 years ago. Even scarier than in the original work. After all, the technology of the Holy Angel clan has reached a very terrifying level. Chapter 384. Killin. At this moment, in the middle of the earth, a luxurious sports car was passing through the city of Juksha, attracting the attention of the people around. The car is really good looking. It's the latest model of the Hornet. The license plate has a 6 on it. You can tell he's a person with high status and wealth. If only I had one. I just don't know if this rich man still lacks accessories. These people were all talking enviously. Soon the car disappeared from everyone's sight. The person driving in the car is an extremely beautiful young man. Who could it be if it wasn't Huang Wei? 3,000 years ago, he came to the earth and traveled around the world as an ordinary person. He witnessed various famous histories such as the era of the Saint Emperors, the change of the imperial court, the unification of the 6 countries, etc. At the same time, on the way to the west, I met Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong is a fighting and victorious Buddha who protects the earth, and was developed by someone named Wu who intercepted a genetic fragment of the mythical Sun Wukong. However, with him here, he later used the Yellow Emperor's treasure trove of knowledge to add some powerful materials to the opponent, so that the opponent's peak beast body was directly upgraded to the 4th generation peak divine beast body. The battle to defeat the Buddha Sun Wukong is not limited to martial arts, but uses his own genetic advantages to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. It is more powerful now than in the original work. Suddenly, the car stopped. A cell phone rang. Hey, what's going on, brother? Wei, it's like this. The Earth's crisis is coming, and the Teoti army may not be long before it comes to the Earth. Then, you shouldn't be looking for it. You should be looking for the Dino gene spread in this world to save the Earth. And Sun Wukong, if the problem is not big, I don't need to step in. Well, how come this has nothing to do with you? You are the main god of the Earth. The Earth needs experience, and the Teoti money is very good, so you know what I mean. Okay, I understand. After saying that, Huang Wei hung up the phone directly. It was Tukeo who called him. He did not stop Tukeo from coming, nor did he stop anything that was about to happen. At the same time, he also got to know these aliens. Of course, the other party didn't know who he was yet. They had just met him and knew that his name was Huang Wei and that he had lived for a long time, but he was a genuine earthling. When Tukeo learned that there were such terrifying existences on the earth as outsiders in the Dino system, he and Lion Feng immediately panicked. In front of such a terrifying strong man, he did not dare to hide anything and tell the matter. He comes from the Dino system and was originally Marshal of the Dino system. Unfortunately, after the destruction of the Dino system, he and Lian Feng, a senior military scientist, brought the remaining Dino descendants to Earth and brought the genes of the Dino system with them. Want to restore the past prosperity on Earth. Regarding these, for him who knew the plot, it was not a big problem. Chapter 335. It just so happens that the other party can help the Earth's technology fly. So he told the other party that if you want to establish a foothold on the Earth, don't hide the technology and use it all on the Earth. Otherwise you will ruthlessly suppress them. Therefore, the current Chinese technology on Earth is more developed than in the original work. Hey, I told you, you can't park here. Don't think that just because you have a luxury car, you can park it randomly. Be careful, I will punish you directly for breaking the rules. Get out of the car now and show me your driver's license and driving license. However, at this moment, a knock on the glass and a woman's voice sounded. Huang Wei looked over and lowered the window. The sound became extremely clear. Comrade JC, I'm leaving now. Huang Wei grinned. No, come out with your driver's license and ID card. I want to check. The girl was wearing a police uniform and said to Huang Wei. Huang Wei glanced at the card on the opponent's chest. The 2 words written above made him smile meaningfully. Killin, what a coincidence. Huang Wei said. You know me. Don't do this with me. It won't work. Get out of the car immediately. Killin was stunned for a moment. The other person knew her, but when she followed the other person's eyes and landed on his chest, she understood immediately. At this moment, the car behind me kept dripping. Go quickly, don't block traffic. The drivers behind them shouted angrily. Killen suddenly became displeased and shouted, what's the noise about? Be quiet, or I'll investigate you. I don't know how to get around it. When the driver heard that the other party was so hot, he immediately got scared and quickly went around. You, drive there and get off. Killen pointed to an empty seat in front and said to Huang Wei. Huang Wei looked helpless and drove over. Although he is in the middle stage of Douluo Jinxen, there is no need to put on airs, because he came here to experience life, and others are not evil people, they are just doing their normal work, so there is no need. He drove over obediently. Stopped the car, opened the door, and got out of the car, handed the driver's license and ID card to the other party. Killen is the verifier. Why are you parking there? Don't you know you can't park there? She asked while checking. At this moment, Huang Wei's eyes were constantly looking at him. Beautiful. Comrade JC, I was just answering the phone. By the way, are you free to make a dinner date tonight? Huang Wei felt a little playful, took out the cigarette and put it in his mouth, lit it with a lighter, took a puff, and slowly spit out the gas. How brave. Don't you know you can't answer the phone while driving? So I stopped. The call was more urgent. Huang Wei smiled. As soon as these words came out, Killen was stunned and was speechless. Yes, you can't answer the phone while driving, but the other party answers the call after stopping. HMPH, don't think there's nothing you can do to tease JC. Come back to JCJ with me now and record a confession. Killen handed the thing in her hand back to Huang Wei, widened her eyes and asked fiercely, also, what is the urgent matter you are talking about? The Earth will soon be invaded by alien civilization. Miss JC, you better leave me alone, because of the responsibility of the Earth still falls on you. Huang Wei smiled. Killen, who had a hot temper, suddenly felt that the other party was teasing her and treating her as a 3-year-old child. She couldn't help it anymore and protecting kicked Huang Wei, but the next moment, Huang Wei caught it, touched it on his leg, and smelled it. It smells so good, so smooth, so moist. In this way, Huang Wei was caught by JC. The crime is to molest JC. Sitting during the interrogation, he looked relaxed. What do you have to say? Killen looked proud. Are you still trying to fight with me? There's nothing to say. You will receive a call soon, and you will naturally let me out. Huang Wei said lazily. Upon hearing this, Killen wanted to say something, but at this moment, the door was pushed open, and a tall man walked in with a look of hatred on his face. JC, why are you here? Killen was stunned when she saw this person. Let him go immediately. Then Huang Wei left triumphantly, and Killen was immediately furious. Just tonight, she was taken away by Huang Wei and Jace. Chapter 385 Trillions of super gene potions. The top of the towering mountain is very thick and big. Below the peak is a winding road that spreads upward from its base. At this moment, Huang Wei rushed forward with a hornet look on his face, which was very exciting. This road was made by Huang Wei himself. After reaching the top, there is a huge villa palace. A proper paradise on earth. Very beautiful, majestic, and magnificent. The door opened automatically, and the car rushed in. There are a lot of maids here. The master is back. I've met the young master. The maids wore black silk maid clothes and saluted respectfully. None of these people are modern. All of them were rescued by Huang Wei in ancient times, or who followed him, and were eventually transformed into 4th generation divine bodies by him using genetic technology. All have eternal life. Yes, all the maids here are 4th generation gods. Huang Wei parked the car outside the inner door of the villa, glanced at the group of people, and then walked in. The place was magnificent, and he found a sofa and sat down directly. At this moment, a beautiful woman with 9 tails walked over, charming and dignified. He stretched out his jade hands and massaged Huang Wei's shoulders. The young master is back. He smells like another woman. Which little vixen did he hook up with again? The girl said with a half smile. When Huang Wei heard this, he was immediately unhappy and wrapped the beauty into his arms. Oops, a charming cry. Huang Wei raised the corner of his mouth and said, I'm obviously a vixen, but I still have the nerve to say that others are vixens. He pinched one of its tails with his hand, and started to pull it up. The woman's face turned red, maybe because she felt comfortable or was sensitive. She screamed, "Aren't you kidding me? Hate." The woman leaned in Huang Wei's arms and rubbed her sweetly. The person in front of me is none other than Daji. He had captured it early. The taste is really good. Huang Wei took her into the room. Start living a life without shame or impatience. At night, he took a bath and came to the dining room wearing a bath towel. The lovely maids had prepared dinner for him. Pack a portion for my little beauty to keep. She is very tired now and has no time to come over for dinner. Huang Wei picked up a big skewer and ate it, then ordered, "We have already reserved it in advance." Having followed their young master for so many years, they naturally understand his daily routine. Each of the 30 maids here is a person of exquisite beauty and unparalleled elegance. All of them were tasted by Huang Wei. This kind of life like an emperor is really fascinating. He has lived for more than 3,000 years. No, he himself is more awesome than the emperor. He is the great emperor. The proper emperor of immortality. It's not something that a mortal emperor can compare to, sir. According to the information sent back from our system, Morgana, the Teoti Legion, and the demons have all arrived on Earth. However, Morgana and the demons are still hiding. The Teoti Legion will arrive on Earth soon. Dilina, an expert in scientific research beside her, spoke. Chapter 336. Continue to monitor. The Earth needs a practical lesson so that it can grow up. As the old saying goes, if I find them using nuclear level energy level weapons, stop them immediately and launch an annihilation offensive against them. You can play with it, but you can't go too far. The current technology of the Earth is not able to perfectly intercept it for the time being. This is my home no matter what, and it cannot be destroyed. Many places are very beautiful, Huang Wei said, while eating. For people like him, eating now has no great use, except to satisfy the appetite. He has no shortage of energy either. Time is an inconspicuous thing. It flies by and never looks back. On this day and night, a meteor crashed directly onto the ground on the mountain peak in front of Huang Wei. He is a monkey wearing a super dark gold battle god armor and holding a golden cudgel made of super dark gold. The head is covered with hair. This person is none other than Sun Wukong, the victorious Buddha. He rushed directly towards the villa in front of him. The person monitoring inside saw that the person coming was the great sage, so he opened the door. In the living room, Sun Wukong put away the golden hoop and a maid was making tea. Huang Wei sat on the main seat and said with a smile, "Wukong, tell me, Huang, Emperor, the Teoti army has arrived on Earth and will launch a war on Earth tonight. So I, old son, came here just to see what you mean." "I mean, that guy Zhao Du should have told you." "I see, then I understand. They are just a group of scumbag gluttons. They are indeed conducive to the growth of Earth civilization. I, old son, can wipe out those guys by myself, but there is no need to worry too much." Sun Wukong drank tea with a look of enjoyment on his face. In this world, since its master died, it has no other friends except Huang Wei and Liu Du. If nothing happens on weekdays, he will often come here to drink tea and chat. As for Liu Du, that guy is extremely busy and has nothing to say. Occasionally, we can chat for a few words when we are on a mission. We can also chat during normal times, but it just lacks some of the flavor of the past. The two of them just chatted. After drinking the last cup, Sun Wukong stood up, said goodbye to Huang Wei, and flew directly to the Teoti battlefield. Unknowingly, we have arrived at the Teoti storyline. Time really flies by. The Flame Heavenly Way has also arrived, and the Light of the Sun Emperor Arena has also arrived. All kinds of aliens are staring at the Earth. Fight, fight. After your war is almost over, it will be my turn to start the star absorbing plan. Then I can leave this plane. Returning to the room, he looked at Yuguan outside, and in an instant his consciousness covered the entire Earth inside and outside. I saw the Teoti Legion that had invaded, and the Xiangbing Company that was setting off to fight the enemy. They are all a bunch of little brats who don't even have all their hair. Let them save the world. He didn't know why, but he found it quite funny. But there is no other way. If those people with genes don't go, then who else will go? But people on Earth, especially Chinese people, are not so easy to bully. Wiener, how is the super gene potion I asked you to prepare? Huang Wei uses a private channel to communicate. Point after Delina, who was busy, received the message. Her expression was completed. Point turning around, Huang Wei left the room and came to a space independent of this world. Here is a fortress of technology. There are trillions of super gene potions. The scene was very shocking. Looking at the information on the display screen, Huang Wei suddenly smiled. Sir, the special program has been entered and set using the Yellow Emperor's language. Only people with good intentions and people who protect their homes and countries can activate this ability. Even those who are beaten, if they are people with evil intentions, they cannot use it. Moreover, he will suffer backlash and directly explode to death. Very good. With this procedure, I don't need to worry about the world becoming something I don't want to see. Put it into the ring and bring it to Xiaodu. Let the soldiers inject it quickly. I'm already looking forward to the birth of billions of super gene Chinese warriors. Aliens will definitely be scared to death. Hahaha. Chapter 386. The super gene potion is delivered at this moment. A war is going on outside. Point the men of the Xiangbing company and the troops rushed to the front line. The gluttonous firepower is destroying the city's buildings wantonly. Many people died and ran away. Many people have been displaced. Inside the Grand Canyon, Douluo and the others who were observing and commanding this battle had extremely solemn expressions. Suddenly, a red light lit up on the screen. Sound the alarm. A powerful beam of dark energy has been detected, flying rapidly towards the Grand Canyon. At this moment, one of the operators spoke hurriedly. Look. The dark energy. Douluo spoke. The other party has arrived on the Grand Canyon. They were startled. It's so fast. The screen quickly displays. The visitor was a strange woman, wearing a pink suit of armor. The woman was the maid who came to deliver the super gene potion according to Huang Wei's order. The woman was the maid who came to deliver the super gene potion according to Huang Wei's order. Armor of each of them is made of super dark alloy. Many elements have been added to make it super hard and have the ability to recover from injuries very quickly. If it is not completely destroyed, the armor will be repaired quickly. Anyway, it is very awesome. At this moment, a group of people armed with weapons rushed out. At the same time, a man came to her and saluted. Hello, I'm the deputy commander of the Juxia, Chen Mo. Hello, I'm here on the orders of the young master to give you something. Please contact Marshal Du for help. He will definitely be very interested. The woman spoke. Your young master, Yellow Emperor, let her in. At this time, Douluo used the pager to contact Chen Mo. Yes. Chen Mo nodded in response. Please, come in. Under his leadership, the woman followed into the command center of the Juxia. As the door opened, the woman saw Douluo. At this moment, Lian Feng also came over. Huang Emperor, what do you want to bring? Lian Feng asked. Douluo was also very curious. The woman waved her finger and threw a ring to Lian Feng, saying, this ring contains trillions of super gene potions. The young master asked me to give it to you, so that soldiers and people can awaken their abilities and fight against alien forces. You need to control your mind to enter the ring and you can see it. Then you can silently say to take out or deposit, and then you can complete the deposit and withdrawal. What? So many? Hearing the woman's words, Douluo and Lian Feng's eyes suddenly widened. Lian Feng followed the method and quickly entered the ring with his thoughts. He was shocked and speechless by the scene in front of him. When she came back to her senses, her consciousness had come out of the ring. How is it? Douluo asked curiously, but it can be seen from Lian Feng's shocked expression that the scene inside the ring must be very shocking. Lian Feng looked at the woman in disbelief, handed the ring in his hand to Douluo, took a deep breath, and said meaningfully, see for yourself, but be mentally prepared. Douluo was confused and quickly took it, thinking about going into the ring to check it out. The next moment, his consciousness was like entering the dark plane, with a white light appearing. The scene that appeared in front of him made him stunned, gasping, and terrified. It was like seeing something terrible, extremely terrifying. Oh my god, so many. There are literally trillions of doses. Even he swallowed at this moment and spoke in shock. A thought. A super gene potion appeared outside, and his consciousness also came out. Holding it tightly in his hand, he asked, did Huang Di study these? What is the success rate and danger rate of the injection? After all, he is a marshal and needs to understand this, and it is not too much. The woman said, yes, the success rate of the injection is 100%, and the risk rate is 0. We have already tested these on humans. The genes above have super adaptive capabilities, and will not cause any rejection. They are absolutely stable and it's safe, otherwise we wouldn't go into mass production. 100% success rate. 0 risk rate. How is this possible? Even the Kamigawa civilization cannot achieve this level of terror. Dukeo and Lian Feng looked shocked, and said in shock. A look of disbelief. How ridiculous it feels. The woman said with a look of disdain, please don't judge my young master by a civilization that has been destroyed. The technology my young master has mastered has surpassed the Shen civilization. The Shen civilization is not qualified to compare with my young master. It's just that. When Dukeo and Lian Feng heard this, they realized that, although the other party's words were so arrogant, there was nothing they could do about it. The person behind the other party did have such arrogant capital strength. Now, you can have people come over for injections. I will supervise here personally. If something happens. No, nothing will happen. The woman waved her hand and said. Chapter 337. How many genes are there in this potion? At this time Dukeo asked. This is very critical. It's all the same. For the sake of convenience, we have mixed speed, strength, and defense together, and we have all-round abilities. There are too many things you can't explain. You will know after you get someone to inject them, the woman said, and waved her hand. She was too lazy to say it herself, because there were too many things involved, and too many things mixed. Generally speaking, if such a mixture is injected into a person's body, there is a high probability that the person will explode and die. But after the extremely accurate calculations of the Huangdi Celestial Computer System Group, these are not problems. Then, can I get an injection? Dukeo thought for a moment, and planned to do the surgery on himself first. But he was not sure whether he could get another injection, since he already had the Dino gene. If you don't ask clearly about the thing, it will be very bad. If you get the injection and die or other situations occur, yes, anyone with superhuman genes can be injected without any danger. You can also inject people from the Xiangbing company. There are only benefits, and no harm to them. The woman answered. Lian Feng expressed what he was most worried about. What if such a terrifying super gene is injected into a caring person and society is in chaos? This is a very serious and dangerous matter. Dukeo also looked solemn and said, yes, after a bad person and a criminal organization obtains this super god power, it will bring terrible disasters to society. Don't worry, young master has already thought of this problem, so the memory has a super editor and cannot be modified. Only those who have justice in their hearts and protect their families and country can exert the power of this super gene. The super gene has a very powerful perceptual effect. Once it is discovered that the other party has evil intentions and does evil and bad things, it will be shut down directly. The big deal is that you will be stronger in terms of physique and other aspects than you are now. Anyway, when everyone is vaccinated, you won't have to worry about this problem. Everyone's physique will become stronger. It can be used by those who have a righteous heart, protect their home and country, and do not bully the weak. Otherwise, it will not be used. After the woman finished speaking these contents, when Dukeo and Lian Feng heard this, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The problem I was most worried about was gone. Okay, I plan to make myself the first experimenter here. Dukeo spoke. Chapter 387 Morgana Roque. I plan to make myself the first experimenter here. Dukeo spoke. Everyone was stunned. 4. Injection. You only need to point the injection port at your arm and press it, and the injection will be done automatically. This is a painless injection, the woman said, but she didn't say much. After all, these were the other person's choices, and she won't interfere too much. Dukeo nodded and understood immediately. Anyway, all the potions were the same, so he directly aimed the super gene potion in his hand at his shoulder and stabbed it. No pain. The next second, the needle automatically senses and starts to trigger. The super genetic liquid is entering his muscles bit by bit. Soon, the liquid was all injected off. Then, just as Douluo put down the medicine tube in his hand, a blue light flashed quickly in his eyes. Do you have justice in your heart, help the weak, and protect your home and country? At this moment, he was stunned. A consciousness appeared in his mind and in front of him, questioning him. It dug directly into his heart. Although he has his own plans, and although he is an alien, he also has a heart of justice, protecting his family and country, and helping the weak. The next moment, the conditions were met. His super gene was instantly awakened and activated. Immediately afterwards, he felt hot all over his body. Douluo suddenly shouted loudly. His whole body was enveloped by a breath of fire, and then a magical scene appeared, and the hot feeling in his body disappeared. He himself will not feel the burning, but will only feel that it is very suitable for him, because after the injection of the super genetic medicine, the medicine quickly integrated into his genetic DNA chromosome chain, and began to perform a super adaptive match on him. Lian Feng quickly stepped back, fearing that he would be roasted, because she had already felt the extremely high temperature of the flame. Didn't you say there's no danger? What did he scream just now? Lian Feng looked at the woman with a worried look and asked. The woman replied, don't worry, nothing happened. I just called. As soon as the woman's words came out, everyone present felt strange after hearing them. They would actually use this as a metaphor? What a great guy. Lian Feng's face also twitched in annoyance. How are you now? Lian Feng looked at Douluo and asked curiously. There is also care. After all, they came here together. Although the other party is married, it's okay. I even feel better than ever before. It's so comfortable. I have so much power. And it's not just that, Douluo said, took the pistol on the side and shot himself directly. Bang. In front of everyone. Everyone was shocked. Damn it, are you so cruel? Awesome. He deserves to be their commander marshal. Feeling the crisis, Douluo's own muscles immediately became hard. The bullet was directly deflected. Muscles will automatically sense danger and harden. The skin is the most mysterious organ in the human body, so we have developed its ability. The skin is like another set of eyes, and all perceptions are conveyed through them. The woman said with a proud look on her face. This is the result of their research over the years. There are many functions. You can study them slowly by yourself. Okay, it is indeed safe. There is no discomfort. Call everyone over for a meeting immediately. We will announce this immediately. At the same time, all soldiers will be injected with super genes and rush to the front line to support and fight against alien civilization. Douluo clenched his fists and spoke comfortably. Lian Feng also took out a potion from the ring and injected it into his body. She was also tortured consciously. After passing the whole person was surrounded by a layer of water. This phenomenon is really magical, and she needs to study it carefully. So the conference here began. Time flew by. The second day. At this moment, Morgana is monitoring the sky above the universe, as is the Teoti battleship. The angels who remain on Earth are also fighters. Morgana's skills are very advanced, and this battle is destined not to be as simple as in the original work. If the Earth still follows the configuration of the original anime, it will definitely be defeated. Therefore, the emergence of super genes gives the people of the Earth an upgraded trump card to fight against external forces. Among the Devil's Wings, Morgana Liangbing was sipping a glass of red wine at this moment, feeling very comfortable looking at the scene of destruction on the Earth. From time to time, demons would come to report things. She just nodded, not sure whether she really listened or not, very casually. This time we must let these heavenly masters and Kesha's bitchy fall, Morgana said to herself. Thinking of the scene when Kesha fell, she immediately felt very happy. Even though it hadn't happened yet, she had anticipated it. How could you three sisters become like this? However, at this moment, a faint voice sounded. Then in the hall, a young figure appeared, leaning against the wall and smoking a cigarette. What kind of person? A human dares to break into Demon 1 and seek death. Get him. Acho directly stood in front of Morgana, and the other demons also looked over. Crocodile Thornton jumped up and struck at Huang Wei. "Let me come and cut this human being." Thornton laughed, already anticipating the cruel scene that would happen later. But this picture is very beautiful to it. It's him. Morgana saw the roar of this figure again, and a terrifying figure suddenly recalled in her mind. He quickly shouted, "Stop. You are no match for him." But Thornton, who was attacking in midair, was like an arrow that could not be recovered. Bang! In front of Thornton, there was an invisible transparent barrier. It tried several times to no avail. I was stupid the next second. Instead, Thornton flew backwards, screamed, and knocked away a group of demon soldiers behind him. Acho drew his sword and was about to rush forward. Seeing this scene, it coldn't T-Bear at point, but he also knows how powerful the other party is, but he doesn't believe it and can't break it. "Stop, Acho." Morgana Liangbing immediately grabbed the sword demon's hand and threw it aside. Point and her figure ran towards Huang Wei in a hurry. Point he saluted and said, "I have met the Yellow Emperor." Over the years, with the advancement of technology, she also tried to study the gods to see if she could break it, but it was of no use at all. The longer he stayed, the more he understood how terrifying the man in front of him was. What? Our king actually bowed to this little guy? Is this still the incomparable demon queen in our minds? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338. At this moment, all the demons were dumbfounded. Point. Although Morgana was unwilling to do this, she had no choice. Point. Chapter 388. It's okay. I will take action, Queen. What on earth is going on? Seeing their queen acting like this, all the demons had expressions of disbelief. They all felt terrible thoughts at this moment. That's Morgana, the unparalleled demon king in their minds. "I haven't seen you for so long. I thought you had forgotten me." Huang Wei smiled slightly and said, "No, I don't dare. I always remember your appearance." Liangbing said quickly, "Okay, now you are also Queen Morgana. Don't be so cowardly. I just came here to see you. I have no objection to you coming to invade the earth, but the only thing is not to go too far and not to use nuclear level weapons to attack. Otherwise, I will let you demon number 1 be wiped out." A red wine glass appeared in Huang Wei's hand. He shook it and drank. "Yes, Huang Di, do you also live on Earth?" Liangbing asked. "Yes, the Earth is one of the most beautiful planets in the universe, but you are destroying it. It is really cruel. If you have the chance, become an ordinary person and see the beauty of the Earth." Huang Wei said, "Okay, I finished what I want to say. Next, take me to visit your demon number 1. 4. This cosmic level super battleship. He, who has the top Yellow Emperor's knowledge treasury, can instantly see that the data here extends from his Yellow Emperor's knowledge treasury, but this is not surprising. After all, Liangbing is one of his own. Okay, please come with me, and I will take you to visit." Liangbing nodded and smiled, so that he left. When leaving the door of this hall, Liangbing turned back and glared at the group of demons as a warning. The demons looked at the Thornton crocodile and then at the Captain Acho. "Who is that person?" "Captain, you have been following the queen. Have you heard anything about this person?" a demon asked. Thornton also looked at him and said quickly, "Yeah, who is that guy? I tried my best just now and couldn't break that layer of film. It's really scary." Artrix shook his head slowly and said, "Although I have followed the queen for so long, I have never heard anything about this person. The queen has never mentioned any information about this person. All we can do now is to be honest. Just listen to the arrangements. Let's all disperse and go do things." After saying that, he also left here in the corridor. Huang Wei, who was looking at the layout, nodded with satisfaction. They thought he appeared more than 20,000 years ago and brought them new high tech, but today's Devil number 1 is completely different from the original one. The advancement of science and technology has surpassed many before. How is it? What do Huang Di think? Liangbing said. From this moment on, she felt a hint of pride in her heart because she developed this place, the Technology here is an extension of the technology I gave you. It's pretty good. Your angel brains are smart, Huang. Wei looked at her and smiled slightly. Of course. Liang Bing nodded proudly, not modest at all. Kesha is a member of the Wuming sect. She cannot die and can only go offline. When the time comes, I will take her back to the chaotic world and never appear here again. The ending you deduced using the treasure trove of sacred knowledge will be completed. Suddenly, Huang Wei's words stunned Liang Bing. You know everything? Liang Bing didn't say anything. I am your sect leader. How could I not know? Huang Wei smiled, turned around and said, okay, I finished reading here. Next, it's Teota's turn. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared directly from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already arrived on the Teoti battleship point. As soon as he appears, he is in the opponent's command room. There are quite a few people there. If we take action, we can take them away in one wave. A playful voice sounded, immediately startling all the Teoti senior officials here. Turn around and immediately be alert. Shit, you're human. When did you show up? How did this human being get into the Teoti fleet? Why didn't we detect any information? The gluttons were shocked and quickly took out their weapons and pointed them at the stranger in front of them. Do you believe that if I just tap lightly, all of you here will die? As Huang Wei spoke, he moved his fingers. In an instant, all the equipment here was short-circuited and the lights went out. The entire Teoti battleship was in a shaky state. What? The senior executives of Teoti were shocked, sweating profusely, and extremely frightened. The next moment, a Teoti shot directly at Huang Wei. Point bang. Then the rest of the Teoti also fired. Point. They can't do it. They can't kill this guy with a gun. Point bang bang bang. But it is a pity that their weapon attacks did not even break the outermost membrane of Huang Wei. Point. All the attacks on the outermost layer stopped at this moment. Point. At this moment, everything changed at this moment, and the attack was shot towards Teoti himself. Point bang bang bang. In an instant, the faces of all the Teoti warriors who were hit changed drastically, and they rolled on the ground in great pain. It hurts. Everyone held their stomachs and screamed in pain at this moment. Point. The supreme commander was even more frightened. Point. The Teoti king stood up and quickly tried to contact Carol, wanting to see what this guy in front of him was. But an accident happened, because King Teoti's contact with the dark plane was directly interrupted, and something quickly controlled them. At this moment, the Teoti king panicked. Pointed, picked up the god-killing weapon, and aimed directly at Huang Wei to kill him. Bang. Suddenly, Huang Wei's figure disappeared and appeared in front of King Teoti. He raised his hand and pressed it on his chest. The next moment, a terrifying scene appeared. Point. The Teoti king roared, instantly turning into a huge roar. At this moment, a terrible sound sounded. Point. Snap your fingers. Yes, it's just a snap of the fingers. In an instant, the Teoti battleship roared loudly and exploded directly in the universe. Point. This sudden scene blinded the other Teoti battleships. At the same time, the Devil Number 1 and the Earth's Great Gauge were monitoring, and Angel and others discovered this scene. Point. Very shocked. What happened? Point. Angel Yan, who is still on Earth, feels this power. He quickly read the information and found that it was a battleship of the Teoti king that exploded. Even she was dumbfounded at this moment, because she couldn't find out what happened on the Teoti battleship. A piece of dark plane information disappeared or was modified. It's really surprising. She quickly reported the information back. At this time, far away on the Angel Nebula on the other side of the universe, the screen in front of Queen Keisha lit up. Point. Her eyes were very calm. I can't find any dark information at all. It's impossible for a Teoti king's battleship to explode like this. Someone must have taken action. Angel's technology is the most advanced in the galaxy, and it's impossible to detect it. Arrive. Earth. He should be on Earth too. Could it be that he was the one who took action? Is this a warning? Chapter 389. My god. Carol thinking of a possibility. Kesha didn't hesitate too much, and the mark of the god flashed in her mind. Her entire consciousness quickly appeared in the tunnel, as if it had traveled through the endless universe. Soon, the surrounding scene changed drastically. The picture turned into a world of blue sky and white clouds. This is the Wooming realm, and in front is the Wooming sect's supreme treasure, the Wooming pavilion, and she also got what she wanted from this Wooming pavilion. Huang D, are you there? I want to ask for an answer, Kesha asked. Soon, a spiritual body belonging to Huang Wei appeared. He looked exactly like Huang Wei, and Kesha didn't recognize him at all. Kesha, what's going on? Huang Wei's plain voice sounded. Kesha asked, is it you who destroyed the Teoti King's battleship? It's me. This is to teach them a lesson. Why, do you want to exercise your so-called justice here? Huang Wei seemed to be smiling but not smiling. Even so, Kesha felt fear in her soul at this moment. Even after living for so many years, she could still feel how insignificant she was in front of the person in front of her. The Teoti invaded the earth, and you destroyed their warships. This is within the scope of the righteous order. What's more, even if I really want to use it, I'm no match for Huang D. Kesha wasn't that stupid. Huang Wei looked at her. After you log off, just enter the mixed world. There is no need to participate in this. This world, or the entire universe, will soon become very different. As for Carol's side, I will go over and have a look. Huang Wei smiled. Kesha said, Carol, the treasure trove of sacred knowledge has indeed been deduced. Everything about me being offline has something to do with him. I don't want to interfere with the inference of the data. So how will this world change? Kesha looked puzzled. Chapter 339. Is it Huang D? Are you going to take action? At first I couldn't figure out what my sect leader was going to do. But I have a hunch that this big event will make the entire universe different. You lines find out soon enough. Huang Wei smiled. Soon the earth changed drastically, and a group of people who were obviously very weak suddenly turned into super soldiers overnight. Almost everyone on the earth, led by China, has become a super soldier. They are fighting against the Teoti invasion. Since the death of King Teoti, Carol, the top scholar at the Death Song Academy in the Styx Galaxy, has become somewhat gloomy. After all, King Teoti was the experimental subject he supported. Although the other party has fallen, the problem is not big. If he can support one, he can support the second. But the difficulty, and what gave him a huge headache, was who was it that silently destroyed the Teoti King battleship and killed everyone inside. He had studied the void for so long, but still could not find any relevant clues in the wreckage of the battleship. Moreover, this kind of thing beyond his control also happened on the other side of the earth. Everyone has become a super soldier. But this is also in line with his wishes to a certain extent. After all, these are what he wants. Whether it is the earth or the universe, the more chaotic the better, which corresponds to his study of the void. As long as he overthrows Kesha, the so-called just order, everything will be fine. But what he never expected was that Kesha's knowledge of the void was already ahead of him by an unknown amount. After all, the technology center Huang Wei gave them more than 20,000 years ago had a complete subject like void. Kesha was also curious about the void, so she stepped up her efforts to learn more about it. And she also discovered that she had a very good understanding of this aspect. I have been understanding and deepening it, but I have never used it. Because she was afraid. Because the void was against her righteous order. Of the two, she chose the righteous order. Seal all the researched void knowledge into the sacred knowledge treasure house. In addition to her, there are also Hezi and Liang Bing who possess void technology. However, at this moment, a figure appeared. It was Carol's first lackey, Snow. My god Carol, a strange figure appeared outside Death Song Academy. His tone was extremely respectful and pious. After hearing this, Carol was stunned. Somebody is coming. His reaction didn't seem too big, but there was quite a lot of activity inside. The reason is simple, because someone appeared, and he didn't notice it. This is really incredible. Let him come in. I really want to see who is the person who can escape my surveillance and come here. Before Carol could finish speaking, at this moment, a very strange figure to him appeared at the door ahead. At the same time, Angel Zixin also noticed the situation and came here, because she was ordered by Holy Kesha to stay here and monitor Carol. Who are you? How dare you come in with the permission of my god Carol? You still won't kneel down in front of my god Carol. Snow's face suddenly darkened, and he was very unhappy. he took a step forward and turned into a mist, attacking Huang Wei. Angel Zixin, who was standing aside, was analyzing Huang Wei point, but she was a little serious and uploaded the information quickly, and she couldn't find the other party's dark plane information. The next second, he quickly appeared in front of Huang Wei and slashed at Snow with his sword. It's normal that she doesn't know Huang Di. After all, she is quite young, only a few thousand years old. That's why Queen Keisha put it here to monitor Carol. This is also one of the tests. Queen Keisha has long been wary of Carl Point, but to be able to appear quietly in Carol's academy, the person in front of him must not be a simple figure. She has already started recording and will report it to the Angel chat group system when the time comes. Let everyone study this mysterious person. Huang Wei was very relaxed. He waved his hand and the Shenwu sword appeared, cutting Snow, who appeared in front of him, into two halves. Fortunately, Snow turned into a ball of mist in time, but even so, he was injured. Injured by Shenwu sword light. It's okay if it doesn't hurt, but if it does, it will be severely damaged. So now he is lying on the ground. Vomiting blood. How is that possible? What kind of weapon is this? It actually has such terrifying power. This time, Carol stood up directly. Snow was in great pain, and Angel Zixin was also very shocked. Snow is a very powerful being. The opponent hit him hard with just one sword blow, which was really breathtaking. Who are you? Angel Zixin raised the sword in his hand and asked Huang Wei, "Little Angel, even your queen doesn't dare to point this sword at me. You are really brave. But since you are an angel, I'll just give you a small punishment." Huang Wei appeared like a ghost, and his voice sounded like a ghost. The next moment, Angel Zixin's expression suddenly changed, and he fell to the ground with no resistance. Chapter 390. Carol discusses seeing this scene. Snow's expression also changed. Good guy. This guy actually dared to attack an angel directly. Either he is strong enough not to be afraid of Kesha. Otherwise, it is completely seeking death. At this time, even Carol was becoming more and more interested in the person in front of him. I can't wait to pick up a scalpel right now and perform surgery on the other party's human tissue. You dare to take action against Angel? Aren't you afraid of Kesha's revenge? Once she reports the information back, or she goes offline, the angels will know about it. When the time comes, you will be gone, and I will be in trouble. Carol walked up and said with a hint of amusement. Then we have to take action to save this angelic lady. That guy Kesha will respectfully call me Huang Di when he sees me. Do you think he will come to me? Huang Wei showed an intriguing smile, glanced at Angel Zixin lying on the ground, and said, "This is a small punishment from me. Next time, don't be so rude to someone you don't know. They might be someone you can't afford to offend. Put away your angelic and arrogant temperament." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately let go of his suppression of Angel Zixin. Only then did Angel Zixin come to his senses. "Who are you? Angel will never let you go if you treat me like this," Angel Zixin said fiercely. She had already uploaded the scene of her being suppressed to the network of the Angel chat group. Although it is very embarrassing, I must tell everyone that the queen will avenge her. This rude person must be taught a lesson when the time comes. Others have expressed that they are not afraid of angels and used to use angels to suppress them. Isn't this stupidity? If he is really afraid of angels, do you think he will attack you? Do you think he is a fool and doesn't know that touching you will provoke the revenge of the entire angels? At this time, Carol couldn't stand it anymore. The Angel Zixin in front of him was too young and hadn't seen the reality clearly yet, so he decided to just say these words. The injured Snow also looked at Angel Zixin with a look of fool. In front of an absolutely powerful person, and still so unfamiliar, they couldn't read any dark plane information at all. The opponent was far beyond them in terms of strength and technology. He also learned a lesson from the sword strike just now. The person in front of him was definitely not someone he could mess with. Absolutely, don't mess with it. This is the inner answer he gave himself. But if my god Carol still wants him to take action, he will still take action. After all, Carol comes first in his heart, and he has to obey Carol's orders. Who am I? Kesha will tell you when you go back. Huang Wei stretched out his hand and sucked Angel Zixin over. The other person was struggling, but it was of no use. let Huang Wei's hand caress her delicate face. You are really exquisite. You have a beautiful face, and the fragrance of an angel is so fragrant. I really want to be with you. Huang Wei's nose was close to Angel Xin, which made the other person's heart beat faster, especially when he heard the other person's breathing and his body struggling violently. Angel Xin spat out, but it was blocked by the transparent barrier in front of Huang Wei. Asshole. No matter who you are, you can't be scornful of me. I'm an angel. Xin. She bit her red lip slightly, showing no resistance, and feeling very uncomfortable. The man in front of her was so despicable. But there was nothing she could do. She was just a young little angel. Now that she was being treated like this, her face couldn't help but turn red. She didn't know what to do when faced with the situation in her way. I want to tell the queen that you bullied me. Suddenly, I felt aggrieved and wanted to cry. There was a hint of crying in what he said just now. The three people here were speechless. When they saw each other like this, the angel actually cried. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. Stay here for a while, or go back to find your queen Keisha. Huang Wei let go of the other party. At this moment, in the angel chat group, Queen Kesha sent a message asking her not to stay here and go to the Chinese resource appearance invasion. Angel Xin was very angry and glared at Huang Wei. His eyes revealed that he wanted to cut the opponent into 18 pieces. Then he spread his wings and flew towards the earth. Children are just children, so they don't need to be teased. Looking at the other party's leaving figure, Huang Wei said funnily, okay, let's talk business. Huang Wei set his sights on Carol. What should I call you? Within the known universe, I have absolutely no information about you. Chapter 340. Carol stared at Huang Wei as if he wanted to see through him. He used the big clock to figure out the mystery of the other party, even a little bit, but it was of no use, and nothing came out. In the end, I gave in frustratedly. Even the most powerful clock in the Kamigawa civilization cannot solve it, so the person in front of him is an absolutely strong man. Just like Kesha, just call me Huangdi. Huang Wei said lightly, and walked towards the other party's table. A seat filled with the aura of the emperor appeared behind him, and he sat down. Yellow Emperor. In the known universe, only the ancient civilization of China on Earth has names like this. Could it be that you are from the ancient civilization of China on Earth? Carol is worthy of being a top scholar, and he instantly deduced this information from the name. He returned to his seat and sat down slowly. I am from China, but I'm not from China. When I come here this time, I will mainly say two things. First, I have no objection to alien civilizations invading the Earth, but the use of nuclear weapons level strikes is prohibited. Otherwise I will directly completely destroy their warships and civilizations, including the man behind the scenes. At this point, Huang Wei's voice became terrifying, referring directly to Carol. Toyota's entry into the Earth was not my direct intention. It was just my personal intention after that group of people obtained my technology. I asked them to cause destruction, but I did not let them go to the Earth. For some reason, Carol felt the terrible danger of death. He was obviously in a phantom body, the kind that was immortal and unkillable. But at this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of death in the man in front of him. It seemed that, as long as if he does something outrageous, the other party can kill him. As the other party mastered the technology to kill phantom bodies. Impossible. How can this be? Oh, Carol, others don't know you, but I know you very well. You seem to be harmless, but you are actually the mastermind behind everything. Kill Kesha, overthrow the justice order of angels, and lay the foundation for the advent of your so-called void era. After all, the justice order blocks your way. Kesha will definitely not let you realize it. Huang Wei sneered. When Carol heard this, his heart suddenly sank, and his expression also changed. The other party really knew him well. Huang Emperor, judging from your attitude towards the angel just now, maybe we are from the same group. Aaron, you are curious about the void. What are you curious about? Huangdi looked disdainful. Ah, you from the void. Chapter 391. Nuaning Huang Wei said disdainfully. No, I don't care about that thing. I've already said the first thing. The second thing. Listen up, Kesha. is only allowed to go offline and not die. Remember, no matter what conspiracy you have, if she dies, I will destroy the entire Styx galaxy. That's it. I hope you will abide by the rules of the game. If you don't believe it, you can challenge me and see if I can do it. After saying that, Huang Di stood up and said, I will stroll around your Death Song Academy next, so you don't need to pay attention to me. He stood with his hands behind his hands, treating this place as his home, and started walking around. The entire Death Song Academy is huge. In Carol's office, his face was gloomy, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He would clench his fist from time to time, and finally let go. My God, Carl, are we going to listen to this guy? It's so irritating. I really want to slap him. Snow said with an angry look. Why? Carol felt powerless for the first time and said, then you can go and beat him up now. He is still wandering around the academy. If he leaves, you can't beat him up. Ah, forget it. Forget it. My God, Carol, I'm no match for him. He is too powerful. I was hit hard by the opponent just casually. When Snow heard this, he was immediately frightened, and the anger on his face was immediately replaced by a look of shock. Carol opened the ancient book in his hand and said, so, if you go now, you will only die. Carol said faintly, what can I do if I don't listen to his opinion now? I just use the big clock to solve the opponent's problem, but there is no clue at all. Does he really intend to destroy you? My God, Carol, you are an illusion. You are already an immortal existence. No matter how strong he is, you cannot be destroyed. Snow was very dissatisfied with the fact that Carol compromised the guy just now. After all, that guy was really annoying. I am completely unknown to him. The unknown is the scariest thing, and it is still an unknown that cannot be analyzed. Just now I really felt in him that he can really kill me, and it doesn't seem to be difficult. Carol also looked very depressed. Snow was silent. The other party is completely dismissive of the void. Has he already seen the void, or comes from a space more advanced than the void? This should be impossible. The void is already at its peak. Carol frowned and murmured, it seems that we have to modify Kash's death plan. We can't let the other party die, but we can go offline. But fortunately, most of the process remains the same. Just the ending is modified. From the current point of view, the battleship of the Teoti King was destroyed by the other party. Apart from this, I can't find another object that matches the fact that the dark plane information cannot be found at all, and he is the only one that matches. Carol said. After Huang Wei visited this place, he ascended directly and left the Death Song Academy and left the Styx galaxy. Some civilized planets in the Styx galaxy were also included in his star-absorbing plan. Soon a huge conspiracy will emerge throughout the universe. I haven't returned to the Angel Nebula for more than 20,000 years, so I came out anyway this time point. So he flew directly towards the Angel Nebula at a speed that exceeded the speed of light. The next second, a huge and familiar spherical star appeared in front of him. It was the Angel Nebula, and he didn't escape directly into it. After falling down, he felt that the air here was extremely beautiful. It is not comparable to the Styx galaxy at all. It is indeed a country where girls live, and what they take care of is beauty. There are flowers, water, mountains, rivers, and all kinds of animals. They are all working under the jurisdiction of the female angel. And the level of technology here is even more advanced than in the Anam. This is indeed better than the order of the Heavenly Palace. It's a pity that Huai has no chance to appear. No one can save the creatures destroyed by Huang Wei. When he arrived, he was spotted by the patrolling angels. After all, Huang Wei did not hide himself intentionally. The angel who arrived was a young angel who was only a few hundred years old. Who are you? How dare you break into the Angel Nebula? Don't you know that this place is the land of the supreme male at heaven? The female angel held a flaming sword and pointed it at Huang Wei, but the next second she was stunned. She looked at the person in front of her. She looked a little familiar. She immediately fell out of the angel chat group. He was exactly the same as the person sent by Angel Zixin. This person cannot be analyzed at all. But as a patrolman of the Heavenly Master, there is no need to be afraid. It's you who bullied Sister Zhizin. She shouted angrily. Oh, little angel, you don't know me. Huang Wei looked at the female angel in front of him and joked, point in her opinion, if it was an old angel, how could he not know about him as his savior? Hey, stop. At this moment, an urgent voice came out. Point the female angel was stunned and turned to look over. The person who flew over was a very mature female angel. Marshal Nuaning, why are you here? This guy is the bastard who bullied Sister Xin. Let's work together to take him down. Revenge for Sister Xin. Angel Yi said with great joy. Nuaning rolled his eyes, quickly pressed Angel Yi's hand down, rubbed his hands and said, what nonsense are you talking about? This senior is not someone new, and I can mess with. Xin must have been disrespectful to him, and was taught a lesson. Done. This is the savior of our female angel family. Nuaning immediately bowed and said, Huangdi, please forgive me. A is young. She is a little angel who has just been born a few hundred years ago. She is still in the internship period. She doesn't know what happened to you back then, and she doesn't know you. Marshal Nuaning, seeing this scene, Angel Yi didn't know what to do. Oh, are you Nuaning? Huang Wei looked at the person in front of him. She was very beautiful. She could be so beautiful without being ruined by that guy Hua Yi. Point this is the main villain in the original work. Now he has changed the plot, so that scene did not happen. Nuaning said with a smile on his face, it's really an honor for Nuaning that Huangdi remembers me. My predecessor has disappeared for more than 20,000 years. Now that he has returned to Angel Nebula, he can make it his own home. I will contact someone to decorate it for you. Feast of Grace. 20,000 years have passed since you left, and our affairs have not really ended yet, so we have delayed this matter. It is really great that you are back this time. You are quite good at talking. Yes, I like it. Huang Wei smiled. Yes, I left in a hurry back then, but now I finally come back. But I encountered the weird accusations from your angels at Death Song Academy. Now that I have finally come back, I'm treated like this by this little comrade again. Huang Dae Nuaning was afraid that the other party would remember it in his heart, so he said quickly point, but he was interrupted by Huang Wei mid-sentence. Okay, I know what you are going to say. Just joking with you, I'm not that stingy. Come on, take me in for a walk. Yes, so the two of them entered it. Under the leadership of Nuaning, we visited the current Mail at Heaven and Angel Nebula chapter 390 to capture Hezi. Nuaning informed Kesha, Hexi, etc. of the news brought by Huang Wei, in addition to other angels who were not in the Angel Nebula. Point for example, Angel Yan and the others on Earth. Point at present, Kesha is not here, but also in the Skyblade battleship on Earth. Point the other party asked them to entertain the Great Master, but Hezi is here. When Huang Wei walked into Mail at Heavenly Court, Hezi's figure walked out. Her silver hair, delicate face, and the aura of a queen give people an impulse to conquer. I've seen Huangdi, Hexi, came out and saluted directly. I've seen King Xianji. Nuaning looked at the woman in front of him and saluted quickly. Chapter 341. I haven't been back for more than 20,000 years. This place has completely changed. Huang Wei sighed, and you are still as beautiful as before. When Hezi heard this, his delicate little face turned slightly red, and he replied, thank you Huang Emperor for the compliment. Nuaning, you go and supervise the angels to prepare the dinner. Huangdi and I will have a chat alone. Hezi looked at Nuaning beside Huang Wei and said, it's King Xianji. Nuaning nodded, then turned and left. After taking her away, looking at Hezi, Huang Wei teased, what, you want to be alone in a room with me and talk about life? Although you are our yellow emperor, you are still a man. You are very powerful. If you can let me study you, it is not impossible. Xianji Wang Hex's face became increasingly red. She really deserves to be the most beautiful woman in the super god universe. She's really good. Seeing this scene, Huang Wei felt a little itchy in his heart. Let's go then. Let's go to your research room and have a good discussion about life. I'm also very interested in your body. Huang Wei took the initiative and hugged Hezi directly. Hezi was startled by the sudden scene and wanted to struggle away, but unfortunately, she could not escape Huang Wei's grasp. In this way, Huang Wei took her into the research room. As a man, Huang Wei, it is normal to like beautiful women. For a being as powerful as him, the other party should quickly come over and stick to him. That was absolutely very lucky. That's it. Dark Knight. Hexy is like a little woman. His face was very happy. Suddenly, the time came. Outside Hex's research room, an angel came and knocked on the door, looking for you. A gentle vitality quickly healed her fatigue point. When he opened his eyes and regained consciousness, although his face was red, he felt no pain. My banquet has begun. Let's go. Don't keep them waiting too long, Huang Wei said. He's delicate and beautiful little face showed a look of recovery, nodded quickly, and then said to the door, "What's the matter? King Xianji, we have prepared everything for Huang Emperor's dinner. Come and invite you over, and let Huang Emperor know." By the way, the voice coming from outside the door was that of Angel Yi. He said softly, "I understand. I will inform him. You go back first." Yes. Angel Yi left. Why? Don't I feel pain now? I have seen that humans will feel pain after doing exercise. He asked this question with a blushing face. As expected, she is a 1,000-year-old woman, and she is still a young woman. I just use the power of life to help you recover, and you are a super 4th generation divine body. Even if it hurts, you recovered while you were exercising and resting. Huang Wei stretched out his hand and rubbed her head and said, "I see. I didn't realize that." He showed a look of sudden realization. Then he immediately stood up and changed his clothes. "You go first. I'll be there in a moment." He thought of something and said to Huang Wei, "Good." Huang Wei also got up. It was very hot from the gym just now, so he took off his clothes, but now he just put them on. He disappeared directly on the spot. He grabbed the sheets and saw the blood stains on them. Her face became even more rosy. This was her first time. So keep it in your collection. After everything was settled, she flew directly towards the banquet place in the Mall at Heavenly Court. In the hall, today is the happiest day for the angels. There are delicacies everywhere here. Although for angels, they no longer need to eat, but no matter what, it is still good to eat these foods again today. To be honest, we have all forgotten what food tastes like, and now it is really good to eat it again. These are all made by our angels who brought all the delicacies on the earth here. On the throne, he sat aside and said while eating. Huang Wei was sitting on the throne and eating. For us beings, eating these mortal foods is to satisfy our appetites. It tastes really good. I haven't eaten it for a long time. Dear angels, taking advantage of today's atmosphere, I also want to announce something, except for the older generation of female angels who still remember me, the new angels have never seen me. Today I will tell you that my name is Huang Di. As for things about me, you can ask the older generation of female angels. Besides, your Xianji King Hexi is my emperor's woman. Huang Wei held the wine glass and spoke, "Come here, concubine." Huang Wei waved to Hezi, and Hezi couldn't resist and flew into his arms. So many people are watching. Hezi looked shy. With so many female angels watching, Huang Wei's move of holding her in his arms aroused disbelief from all the angels. Congratulations to King Xianji for winning the Yellow Emperor's male god. Nuaning immediately spoke first. Congratulations to King Xianji for winning the Yellow Emperor's male god. At this moment, the female angels who covered their mouths and snickered raised their wine glasses and shouted. Huang Wei had been staying in Mall at Heavenly Court for several days on this day. Suddenly news came that Kesha was offline. All the female angels felt sad about the queen's offline. In an instant, a new angel king was pushed up. It was Angel Yan. But what they don't know is, Holy Kesha did not die, but disappeared here the moment she saw Carol. And Carol also used D-Lena to detonate the Emerald Star Creator process of shushing. Holy Kesha entered the Nameless Realm, and then entered the chaotic world, to experience a new life. That kind of baggage that was gone instantly made her stress disappear all of a sudden. Only 4 people knew about this scene. That is, Xianji King Hexi, Huang Wei and Demon Liangbing. But no matter what, as long as Kesha doesn't appear in this universe, everything can pass like this in an instant. Demon Liangbing lost his direction. She kidnapped Qiangli and named her as Time and Space Qiangli, a god. After all, The time and space gene in Rose was developed by her herself. Incomparable love. Gradually, she discovered that what she fell in love with was not the time and space gene, but the person Huang Wei. Chapter 393. Kesha goes offline. Huang Wei did not interfere in these matters on this day. The new king of Mallet Heaven came to the throne, and Angel Yan rushed back quickly. At the same time, with the fall of Holy Queen Kesha, Mallet Heaven was also in chaos. However, under the auspices of Huang Wei, they all became quiet. After all, many of the older female angels only obeyed Holy Kesha and Xianji King. Now that Holy Kesha has encountered an unexpected incident, they agree that King Xianji should take over. But Xianji Wang Hexi is obsessed with high technology and has no desire to ascend to the throne and occupy this position. What's more, she will not change the decision made by Holy Kesha. She will be the one who tests Angel Yan. The old angels were very dissatisfied with the girl Angel Yan becoming the new king. But at this time, Xianji King Hexi conveyed an order. This is the oral instruction of the Holy Queen Kesha. Please obey it. After the instruction was conveyed, she said nothing more. As for how everyone will treat him in the future, that is entirely up to Angel Yan himself to prove. Angel Yan ascended the throne today, but not many angels came. All come are new angels. As for the old angels, a few came, and one of them was Nuaning. I know that everyone is not convinced that I'm the one, but I believe that Queen Kesha must have her reasons for choosing me. I will use future actions to prove that Queen Kesha's choice is right. Angel Yan turned around, raised the holy sword of the Angel King in his hand, and a clear voice sounded. Some of the female angels below all bowed respectfully. Only Nuaning and other angels from the older generation did not. We are serving Queen Kesha. You little girl, what are your abilities? If you want us to serve you, then you must show your ability to conquer me. Nuaning drew his sword directly at Angel Yan, along with the older generation of angels behind him. In addition, outside the Mallet Heavenly Palace, a group of old angels also came with drawn swords. However, not all the old angels came. Although some old angels were not convinced by Angel Yan, they did not come over, but for the sake of Queen Kesha, Huang Di and King Xianji. So there aren't a lot of angels on the sidelines. The most important thing for this group is that they want Angel Yan to prove himself. Otherwise, they would not follow Angel Yan, but would rather chase King Xianji or Huang Di. But with Huang Di around, it would be impossible for them to rebel. After all, the Yellow Emperor is too mysterious, an ancient god even older than Kesha. This ancient god's body is filled with super terrifying power, especially Nuaning and others. Some of the older generation of female angels who survived witnessed with their own eyes the horror of the dragon of fire in Huang Di's hand. Burn everything at this moment. Huang Wei and Hezi, who were behind them, were leisurely drinking afternoon tea. Look at the picture displayed in front of you. The picture that appeared on the screen was a picture of Nuaning challenging Angel Yan. Both sides started fighting. Chapter 342. At the same time, at this time, the space changed, and a familiar figure appeared in front of Huang Wei, and Hezi. The person who came was none other than the offline Holy Kesha. You didn't play well in the mixed world? Why did you come out? Hezi smiled and said. Do you blame me for interrupting your couple's limited afternoon tea? Kesha joked, picking up the snacks on the plate beside her and eating them. That's not true, I'm just asking out of curiosity. Hezi hummed. Oh, we haven't seen each other for a few days. You have become more feminine. TSK, I'm envious. Kesha, as a 10,000-year-old woman, also teased. A appeared chair nearby, and she sat down and looked at the fighting scene in front of her. In the past few days, Huang Wei and Hezi had lived a life without shame or impatience, and they were naturally well nourished. This operation of yours has done a lot of harm to Jian Yan. Those old angels are not convinced by her. However, there are a group of people who did not come to cause trouble for the sake of Huang Di and me, and your entrustment. How about you go online again? Then I won't have to put too much pressure on you. Hezi directly changed the topic, not wanting to talk about it, so he spoke directly. Since the other party didn't want to talk anymore, Kesha didn't bother to continue to pester her. She narrowed her eyes at the screen and said, Nuaning is an old angel of our time, and is very powerful. This is also what I deliberately set up for Angel Yan. One of the king's tests If they can't get through, they can choose another king to follow them. As long as they don't cause trouble to the Angel Nebula and a civil war breaks out, the righteous order of angels must exist. Before I went offline, I specifically talked to Nuaning alone. Don't worry, she won't do that. At most, she won't come to compete. A cup of tea appeared in Kesha's hand and she drank it. What? If it does? He asked. Huang. D and you are here, aren't you? You won't let the angels continue to have civil strife with your eyes wide open, right? Angel Yan needs enough time to grow up, so it may not be a bad thing if there is civil strife. I don't know how to go online. I was finally able to go offline and retire without any pressure. Now you want me to go online to bear the pressure? You old witch is really cruel. The treasure house of sacred knowledge has deduced that my existence or the existence of the angel order has hindered the development of this world. If they really rebel, it doesn't matter. Kesha no longer has the power of a queen. She is just a retired little person who doesn't want to care about anything. You are so generous. Now I'm just waiting for my offline date. He said with an envious look. When you log off, it will really be over, Kesha said. Point to Huang Wei. He said, don't count on me. Just let the line of fate move slowly. The world will change a lot soon. The fight on the screen ended with Angel Yan losing. Angel Yan, you are too young. Compared with me, what are you comparing yourself to? You can take care of yourself. I won't recognize you as king until you defeat me, Nuaning said with a look of disdain, and led several old angels to turn around and leave. Bold, Marshal Nuaning, although you are the marshal, Angel Yan is the heir appointed by Queen Kesha. What you do is blaspheming Queen Kesha's holy order. All the angels drew their swords and said angrily, why do you want to take action? The only queen in my heart is Queen Kesha. If she wants me to recognize her, she will use her skills to conquer me, Nuaning said coldly. Stop. Although Angel Yan was angry, he was also helpless and quickly waved his hands to interrupt those who were about to take action, nodding. Listen carefully, you can disobey me, but you must obey Queen Kesha's order and save the earth. Angel Yan said coldly, it's not up to you to worry about it. Let's go. Nuaning snorted coldly and left with all the old angels. King Yan, Nuaning is really hateful. He has a rebellious mentality. You have to be careful. There is still a long way to go between our combat power and that of the older generation. Angel Yi on the side said. Point chapter 394. Nuaning's thoughts. It's time for her to go to that position. It's your turn to appear. The second test. Looking at Angel Yan, who was gradually leaving the screen, Kesha looked at Easy. X. He held the cup and leaned elegantly on the chair to bask in the sun. After drinking the last black tea in the cup, he slowly placed the cup on the table. Okay, you guys chat. I'll teach this newly promoted Angel King. Z stood up, glanced at Kesha meaningfully, and then at his male idol. Then left here. There was something wrong with her eyes before she left. Huang Wei crossed his legs, put his hands behind his head, lay on the chair, and looked at Kesha, and said lightly. Kesha looked at him thoughtfully and said, Huang Emperor, she is afraid that I will compete with her for the male lead. As a strong man, I don't mind multiple women. As long as you want, we can work out together at any time. Huang Wei smiled slightly and said, Huang Emperor, you are so carefree, Kesha said softly. In fact, she was quite envious of Heezy in her heart. At least, after living for 10,000 years, I finally have my own male god. As for her, she is offline and retired now, and she doesn't have a boyfriend to accompany her. She is really lonely. It is a man's nature to be flirtatious. Huang Wei glanced at her, stretched out his hand and hooked her. The next moment, an irresistible and powerful force directly locked Kesha. Kesha noticed this and tried to resist, but to no avail. Soon he floated in front of Huang Wei and was hugged by him. Kesha, you are so beautiful. I'm not suggesting pushing it on you now. Huang Wei boldly smelled the fragrance on his body, lowered his lips, and spoke slowly in Kesha's ear. A burst of heat made Kesha, a 10,000-year-old maid, blush. Although she was a 10,000-year-old queen, she still had natural fears when it came to matters between men and women, but she also had expectations. Huang Emperor, aren't you afraid of offending Lizzie by doing this? This is stealing food behind your back. Easy will definitely be heartbroken if she finds out. Although she won't say it, she will, because I know her. Kesha's face was crimson, and she looked flustered. She stretched out her hands to push him away, and moved Easy out. Kesha has been single for 20,000 years, and is now retired. Don't you want to try what it's like to be a man? With that said, Huang Wei was about to kiss her. No, do not want. Kesha pushed away and said, Huang Emperor, please let me slow down and think about it. Okay, I hope you can give me the answer soon. Huang Wei didn't force it, but Kesha was also beautiful, and he wanted to taste it. Yes, I will. Kesha returned to her position, her slender legs bent together, holding her hands, not daring to look at Huang Wei, but looked at the screen in front of her. At this moment, Angel Yan continued to fight with Easy. To be honest, it was Easy's clones who really fought her. A group of clones can play with the current Angel Yan in applause. Easy just sat dignifiedly on a stone, looking at Angel Yan, who was being tortured by his clone in the energy barrier. This is stronger than the one in the original work point. Unless Hexy continues to let loose, Angel Yan will definitely not be able to pass this level. Eventually he fell down. After being consumed. I thought Angel Yan was going to lose, and it was over, but at this moment, Angel Yan gritted his teeth and stood up while supporting his trembling body. I won't give up. Angel Yan also noticed that Easy was testing her and understood that the other party had failed in this test. Otherwise, with Easy's strength, she would have died long ago. The angel's holy sword was slashed out, with some energy attached to it, shattering the energy barrier. After being slightly surprised, Easy quickly regained his composure. With a flick of his fingers, the broken energy barrier was instantly reorganized and restored. She just looked at it with a smile. At this moment, Angel Yan was completely desperate. It took so much force to finally break it open, but Easy just reassembled it with a snap of his fingers. Eventually she was hit by one of the clones and lay limp on the ground. You also failed in my challenge this time, but it's good. Let's keep up the good work. Looking at the fallen Angel Yan, Easy retracted his clone and lifted the energy barrier. Take it back to heaven and disappear. I found some interesting things in the chaotic world, so I'm going back first. Kesha thought of the scene just now and immediately felt a little confused about how to face Easy. She quickly said and left directly. Huang Wei smiled slightly and said nothing more. Soon the screen in front of me turned off. Hex's real body returns to this place. Seeing that Kesha was missing, but Huang Wei was still there, he joked, "Why is she missing? Could it be that something happened between you two when I left?" The seventh sense from a woman is very powerful. She pursed her lips and looked at Huang Wei with deep meaning. Huang Wei asked tentatively, "What do you think? What do you think if I'm very carefree? Kesha is my best friend. If you can win her over, I won't be sad at all. I'm just sharing my boyfriend with my best friend." Z smiled slightly and was even more sure that what had just happened must have happened. When the time came, she would personally ask the old woman Kesha. Huang Wei hugged her tightly and said, "Every time I smell your breath, my dragon energy will expand." So they turned off the screen and entered the high-tech gym. Here comes a sweaty fitness sparring session night. Outside the mall at Heavenly Court, in a tribe. At this moment, Nuaning was reading ancient books. It seems that I'm looking for some information from above. Came to an indoor prison. Here are ancient sinners imprisoned. It's a pity that they are all dead now. Her footsteps stopped in front of a cell. She remembered that this was where Kesha's father had been imprisoned. It is also the place where Kesha's father died. When she came to the door at this moment, a figure appeared in front of her. Chapter 343. Seeing the visitor, Nuaning was startled and immediately saluted. "Meet King Xianji." The person in front of him was none other than Xianji King Hexy. Nodding. "How do you feel about Kesha choosing Angel Yan to be the new king? You don't want to do anything to rebel against Merlot Heavenly Court, do you?" Hexy said. "My subordinate has not. Please ask King Xianji to investigate clearly. My subordinate will never do anything to betray Merlot Heavenly Court and Queen Kesha," Nuaning said. She was not as bad as in the original work, as she was not influenced by Huang Wei, the king of Heavenly Palace. "Tell me your opinion, Marshal Nuaning." King Xianji smiled slightly and raised his jade finger gently. Angel, Yan is still young and tender. She needs a lot of training, and I'm one of the beings that Queen Kesha asked me to train her. Nuaning said quickly. But, now, you go and help the earth. They are suffering from the invasion of gluttons and demons. Although they have awakened many super warriors, our angelic order of justice needs us to help them. Hexi said slowly. It's King Xianji. Nuaning nodded. Hexi left. Nuaning looked solemn, not knowing what he was thinking. She notified the old angels and rushed to the battlefield on Earth to help them repel the invaders. Chapter 395 The Way of the Fierce Sun. On this day, Huang Wei left Angel Nebula. Came to the heavenly way of the fierce sun. High in the sky, looking at everything below. Only half of the Liang heavenly way is left. It was the guy here who was so stupid that he exploded someone else's Dino planet and was cut into pieces by someone else's Nuo star god of war with an axe. It became like this. Huang Wei watched that battle in the dark, and it was very exciting. It was really a fight between gods, and Liang Xiandao was also very powerful. He was really capable of exploding stars at every turn, especially the opponent's ancestor and his son, even though they were both dead. But the ancestor turned into half of the heavenly Dao in the flames, integrated into the heavenly Dao tower, and survived in this way. Only half of the planet is left, which is really shocking. He slowly landed on the ground. Ahead is the flame heavenly court. In the movie, Sun Wukong fought against the victorious Buddha, but unfortunately failed. After all, the opponent is not a real fighting Buddha. But the one here now. He met Huang Wei, so he was lucky. Obtained the super 4th generation peak beast body. So he broke into the flame heavenly palace, and the whole world was shattered that day. In the end, Liang Xiandao was defeated. Don't dare to hit the earth's attention again. But Delina still likes life on earth. Because there are many things on earth that are not found in Liang heavenly Dao, which are very interesting. She also fell in love with life on earth. Today Huang Wei descends on the heavenly way of the fierce sun. To be honest, he just wanted to come over and take a look. In his star absorbing plan, Liang Xiandao was also among them. Although only half of the planet is left, it does not hinder it at all, and still has high energy. His appearance attracted the attention of the man standing at the door. Zuan Xianji escaped the fate of death because he was beaten violently by Sun Wukong and fell into a coma. From then on, in that battle, he was also shadowed by Sun Wukong, who had the beast body of the 4th generation super god. They can only say harsh words, but when the critical moment comes, they are a cowardly group. Stop, Flame Heaven, whoever is coming. Tell me your name. Although he was beaten, he was still very showy. He stood up, picked up the spear in his hand, pointed it to Huang Wei and said, "Little guy, didn't your family teach you not to point a gun at others?" Huang Wei smiled and stretched out his hand in the air. The next second, the injured spear of Zuan Xianji was broken into pieces and scattered on the ground. What? Zuanshan was extremely shocked. His expression immediately changed. Good guy, explode at the slightest disagreement. At this moment, he seemed to remember the scene where he was beaten by Sun Wukong. The body trembled and shivered. Suddenly, his body straightened up, and he felt like he could do it again. He burst out with terrifying power of flames and rushed towards Huang Wei, punching quickly and accurately. Exploded with terrifying magical power. Bang! The huge fist hit the front door and was forced to stop. What is this? Energy barrier. He was startled, and the next moment, he was ejected by a strong force and hit the ground hard, which was extremely painful. Zuan Xianji knew that the person in front of him was not simple. Immediately used technology to notify Pan Zhen to send reinforcement. Everyone who quickly received the message turned around immediately, rushed over here. Pan Zhen was sitting in his seat, with a large number of soldiers beside him. Who are you, Your Excellency, and why do you come to my flame heavenly court? Looking at the young man in front of him with a calm face, looking left and right, Pan Zhen spoke. The aura on the other party's body was very clean, like an ordinary person. There is no aura of a strong man at all. But for some reason, his intuition told him vaguely that the person in front of him was very powerful. After all, even Zuan Xianji was beaten so hard that he stood up in such a mess. Little guys, when I was born, you were still a tadpole. I'm older than your ancestors. Huang D didn't like the feeling of looking up at others, so he soared into the sky and directly came to the top of Panzen, looking down at him. No matter what, your excellency, if you come to my flame heavenly court to act wild, then we will only deal with you with guns, Panzen said in a deep voice. Seeing the opponent flying, Panzen became even more convinced of the opponent's power. Let's have a big fight first. Let me see how strong you are. Huang Wei smiled, with a relaxed look on his face. Panzen frowned. At this moment, a man next to him said, General, let us deal with this arrogant person for a while. Go. Panzen nodded, and did not stop him. Since the servant wanted to try, let him go and give this arrogant person a try. See what the strength is. The strength of those who can follow him cannot be underestimated. Several guards on the left and right flew towards Huang Wei. They activated the battle mode, and the spears in their hands erupted with terrifying flame power. While I was playing with fire, you didn't even know if cells were born. Playing with fire in front of the ancestor of all fires, you really think highly of yourselves. Huang Wei smiled slightly, and the next second, a huge flame rose up from his body, and the huge fire dragon roared with a suppressive breath. All the people were suppressed in an instant, the weapons were shattered, and everyone flew backwards. Scorching flames burst out from their bodies, and the flames seemed to consume them. No, don't. It hurts. What kind of fire is this? Why can't it be extinguished? General, help. These people screamed as they were burned, and kept rolling on the ground. Your Excellency, please stop. We apologize. Panzen's complexion changed drastically. He tried to use his own ability to control the flames on the guards, but failed. At this moment, he was anxious. Were already fewer people in the flame heaven. If the elites that this group of people had finally trained died like this, it would be a huge loss to the entire Liang Heavenly Way. Huang Wei tapped his fingers, and all the unquenchable flames burning on the guards returned to his hands, and turned into a small flame bouncing. Just when he saw the opponent summoning a huge flame dragon, Panzen's eyelids twitched, and his body trembled. The fire dragon exuded a terrible suffocation of death. Panzen stood up, flew into the sky, came to Huang Wei, and held his hands. Senior, who are you? His tone this time was not as unpleasant as before. There was a hint of respect in his tone. Huang Emperor. Huang Wei said. Huang Emperor, I wonder why you came here? Could it be that we, Liang Heavenly Dao, have offended you? Panzen cupped his hands and asked quickly. He had to ask clearly to determine whether the other party was an enemy. Hoped it was the latter. No one wanted to fight with this guy. Moreover, only half of Liang Dao's home court remains here. They are the ones who suffer the loss. The others will not understand this truth. It's nothing. I heard about the name of Liang Heavenly Way, and I just wanted to come over and see the scenery of this heaven. Huang Wei said lightly. Huang Di was joking. We are so disabled here. How can we talk about the scenery? Huang Wei's words hit Panzen's heart. His heart ached, but he still smiled with a low expression on his face. Chapter 396. After Panzen's defeat, Delina returns. Chapter 344. Panzen returned to his seat and attracted a spear of his own in his hand. Waving the spear, he said, although I really don't want to fight with you, but you insist on doing so, Pan has to fight. The flame heaven is not a place to visit. If you must visit, then defeat me. Just in time. I also want to truly see the difference in strength between me and His Excellency Huang Di. Panzen's expression was extremely gloomy. No matter what, the other party injured their Liang Dao person. As a guardian, he must come forward. Okay, I can play with you. You people are really weird. You don't accept polite words. You only like to be beaten before you become honest. The divine martial sword appeared in his hand, and a cold light flashed from the sword. Cold and solemn. Panzen frowned when he saw this, and the pressure in his heart suddenly rose. He is more alert. He rushed directly towards Huang Wei, who clashed with him. Judging from Panzen's strength, he is at least half a step above the level of a golden immortal. After all, this is the original super god universe. It is normal for the strength to reach this level. Sun Wukong can defeat Panzen, which is enough to show that the opponent's strength is half step to the golden immortal. This inference is also based on the fact that at the same level, the peak beast body is generally more powerful. But it is not ruled out that Sun Wukong has become a golden immortal level existence point. No matter which direction you look at it, Sun Wukong who helps level up is awesome. After several confrontations, Pan Zhen was defeated. Huang Wei did not use all his strength, but just played tricks with Pan Zhen. If he was serious, Pan Zhen would have been defeated long ago. I have tried my best, but the opponent is still completely relaxed. The gap between him and me is really too big. If this continues, I will definitely lose. No, I should have been defeated long ago. The opponent only used a sword, not a fire dragon, and that sword was definitely not an ordinary sword. Could it be a god-killing weapon? Even so, I'm already in a very embarrassed state. Pan Zhen exhaled and thought to himself, no matter what, use the last resort. Pan Zhen flew into the sky, raised the spear in his hand, and was enveloped in terrifying flames. The guards below were extremely shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. Their general was completely crushed and unable to take the initiative. The next moment, a huge fire dragon penetrated the world, and Pan Zhen threw his spear. Roar. The dragon roared into the sky, shaking the heaven and earth. The huge fire dragon, accompanied by the spear, fell towards Huang Wei. Extremely ferocious Pan Zhen also has a more powerful ability to explode stars, which is to activate the core inside the body, causing it to explode with powerful nuclear fusion, blowing up the entire galaxy with a bang. The Dino galaxy was blown up by their ancestors like this. This is the Liang Xiandao star. Naturally, he will not blow up the entire planet. This is their home point. If we fight in other galaxies, it might really explode. But it will never happen here. If it explodes, he will be the biggest sinner of Liang Xiandao. And the most desperate thing is that even if it explodes, Huang Wei will not die. The Shenwu sword slowly floated high in the sky, and a Shenwu shadow condensed from water rushed directly towards the fire dragon. Water? Isn't he playing with fire? Could it be that the super gene is water and fire? But water and fire are incompatible. How can they exist in one person's body, so that the violent energy will not cause the body to explode and die? Pan Zhen was shocked when he saw this scene. Standing at a high point in the heaven, and looking at the dancing photos, he had many questions. This shocking move has been recorded by her from beginning to end. She will have to analyze the Yellow Emperor's strength carefully when the time comes. General Pan Zhen had no advantage at all in his hands. At the same time, he was also puzzled as to why water and fire could coexist in a person's body. Bang! Soon, two powerful forces collided high in the sky. After a while, the black water directly submerged the red fire dragon. Shenwu's speed was very fast, and Pan Zhen stayed there motionless. The next second, his whole body was engulfed in huge flames. A scream came from it. Ah! General Pan Zhen, Wu Zhao and other guards were immediately shocked. Under the roar of the divine weapon, the figure quickly disappeared, and the divine warrior general turned into a phantom and passed directly through Pan Zhen's body. Pan Zhen was seriously injured by magic, vomited blood, and fell directly towards it. With a bang, it hit the ground. Wu Zhao rushed out and shouted to Huang Wei, You actually killed General Pan Zhen. We, Liang Heavenly Dao, will fight you to the death. After shouting this sentence, she suddenly felt much more comfortable. Awesome. It feels really good to shout out. The other guards also gathered around Pan Zhen. Liang Xiandao is my enemy. Are you qualified? If I had killed him, I would have annihilated him long ago. There would be no skeleton left. Take a closer look. He is still alive. He will not die if he is sent for treatment. But if I talk nonsense, it will be difficult to tell. Huang Wei's tone was calm. As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao immediately checked and found that it was indeed the case. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ordered someone to take him inside for treatment using the most advanced treatment plan of Liang Xiandao. Huang Wei put away the divine sword in his hand and wandered around in the Liang heavenly court. Those warriors who saw him did not dare to stop him in the slightest and were all nervous and vigilant. But no one dared to say anything, and no one wanted to be the one seeking death. In this way, in the past few days, Huang Wei had successfully experienced the majesty of Liang Heavenly Dao here. In the treatment room, Wu Zhao looked at General Pan Zhen, who was gradually getting better, and breathed a sigh of relief. This great god is now the only pillar of Liang Xian Dao. She contacted Delina, who was far away on Earth. After receiving the message from Wu Zhao, Delina's heart changed. It didn't matter whether she was needed for the time being when seeing the Earth. After all, everyone has entered the Super Gene era. So she came back quickly. Her figure appeared in the sky, and she quickly came to the treatment room. When she saw Wu Zhao, she said, "How is Pan Zhen doing now?" In the process of returning, he also learned some things. Looking at Pan Zhen lying on the vessel, Delina felt a trace of worry in her heart. It's okay, General Pan Zhen's injuries have fully recovered. He will be able to come out after lying in there for a few more days. Wu Zhao said. Asshole, Wu Zhao, tell me where the damn guy who hurt Pan Zhen is. I'm going to beat him up now. Let him know how powerful I, Delina, the god of the sun is. No, miss, even General Pan Zhen is no match for you. You will definitely be no match for you if you go there. If you get injured again, it will not be good news for us. Wu Zhao said. Was Heo, I'm the god of the sun. The main god of the Liang Heavenly Way. Now my people are being beaten. You want me not to come forward? Delina said in an instant displeasure. I'll show you something, and you'll know it, miss. Wu Zhao showed the previous scene of Pan Zhen fighting the Emperor. Chapter 397. Delina, look at the picture, projected in front of you. From the beginning to the end of the battle, Pan Zhen was completely crushed. The other person didn't even take it seriously. He was completely toying with Pan Zhen. Especially when it comes to the final big move confrontation. A huge black thing versus a red fire dragon. I've learned about this thing on Earth. It's a bit like their sacred beast Xuanwu, but it looks very different from Xuanwu. Delina said. In the picture, the fire dragon was annihilated, and finally Pan Zhen was completely submerged. Until the final fall, the scene ends. Seeing this, Delina stopped talking, and fell into silence. Even Leo Pan is no match for him. It seems that this person is really strong, ridiculously strong. I just don't know who the main god of that galaxy is. In her opinion, Huang Wei is the existence of the main god. Where is he now? She turned to look at the dance photo. Wu Zhao replied, now I'm still wandering around in the flame heaven. Okay, I understand. Delina turned and walked towards the door. Miss, what are you doing? Wu Zhao had a bad feeling and asked immediately. Delina said, go find the accountant and see how strong he is. No, miss, this is too dangerous. Wu Zhao appeared quickly, stopped in front of Delina, and said seriously, if it was me before, it might not be enough, but after experiencing what happened on Earth this time, I have become very strong. Even Leo Pan may not be my opponent. As the Lord God of Liang, I'm qualified to go meet him for a while. Delina clenched her fists and spoke resolutely. So, Wu Zhao, as the Lord God of Liang, I order you not to stop me. Otherwise, you will be charged with disobedience. Lina said coldly. When Wu Zhao saw this scene, her face was complicated. Looking at Pan Zhen and the vessel, she turned around and made way. I'll go with you too. Lina didn't say anything more and left quickly. Dance photos followed quickly. At the same time, she also used the control screen to find Huang Wei's current location. He is here. This place is outside your bedroom. Wu Zhao looked at the scene on the screen and said a little strangely, he actually went to my bedroom. Let's see if I don't kill him. Delina sped up and flew away. At this moment, Huang Wei was sitting leisurely in the pavilion next to the fish pond outside the palace, trying to cultivate the energy in his body. However, at this moment, he felt a crisis coming. Of course, this kind of crisis can be completely ignored for him. It is better to say that it is a crisis than that it is being remembered. Soon, the feeling came true for him. Two figures appeared in front of him. They are all women, Wu Zhao and Delina. Thief KO, you are sneaking around outside my palace. What do you want to do? Delina asked coldly as burning flames appeared in her hands. Huang Wei looked at the hot-tempered girl in front of her and did not answer. She knew who this person was. It must be Delina. She looked very similar to the one in the anime, but she was more beautiful than the anime. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345. Seeing the other party looking at her in a daze, Delina suddenly became angry and shouted directly, "How dare you ignore me, damn it. Do you know who I am? I'm the Lord God of the Liang, the light of the sun, Emperor Lina." After shouting these words, Delina suddenly felt extremely comfortable. And it's so cool. But it was still quiet, and no one came back to her. Huang Wei also watched quietly. The dance photos are a bit embarrassing. Delina is the same. Damn. You, no matter who you are, you dare to come to my Liang to run wild and injure my general Liang. Today, as the main god of Liang, I must teach you a lesson. Delina became angry and felt that the other party regarded her as a monkey, so she fired an angry shot directly at Huang Wei and threw a fireball. Miss. Delina's speed was too fast and her departure was too sudden. It was too late for Wu Zhao to react and shout out. The flame came to Huang Wei and disappeared out of thin air. Delina was stunned. The next moment, her fist hit an invisible barrier. She gritted her teeth and kept rushing in with all her strength, but it still had no effect. The invisible energy barrier in front of her was indestructible. I don't believe it. Lina used her fists to hit the invisible energy barrier in front of her fiercely and quickly, but it was still useless. It always felt like every attack was absorbed by the opponent. I asked you, who are you? Will I die if you answer me? In the end, Delina was really tired from beating her, and her hands were numb, so she stopped and took a breath. The Yellow Emperor is a traveler who travels across the world. Huang Wei, who had been silently watching the other party acting crazy, finally spoke slowly at this time. Huangdi? Passengers? What kind of ghosts are they? Delina had a question mark on her face. You don't need to know this. From your understanding, it's normal not to know. Huang Wei said lightly. Why did you come to see me? Huang Wei asked lightly. I'm coming to find you. Lina was immediately speechless. This guy must be too shameless. This is my home. You came to my home and beat my people, and now you are still like this. Is it appropriate for a person who has nothing to do to sit here? Delina took a deep breath, exhaled, and said, is there anything inappropriate? Huang Wei's words made Delina furious to death. I really want to beat you to death. Delina directly condensed the nuclear fusion and blasted towards Huang Wei. No, miss, this is our home. Wu Zhao suddenly panicked when she saw Delina condensing the little son of nuclear fusion. It's a pity it's too late. Bang. Huge flames and powerful storms hit point, but the next second the power disappeared again. Delina was completely dumbfounded. Can't even defeat nuclear fusion. What on earth is this? She immediately used the dark plane to analyze, but the red warning words analysis failure, unknown life kept appearing in her eyes. At this moment, she was even more stupid. Who is this guy, and what kind of existence does he have? She's really going crazy. That's how flames work. Huang Wei slowly raised his finger, and a very small flame appeared. The power of gentle flames is filled with terrifying power of annihilation. Delina and Wu Zhao didn't know why. Their pupils shrank. All recalled the scene in the battle scene. For some reason, Delina, who was the closest, suddenly felt a terrifying sense of crisis. No. Wu Zhao stretched out his hand, but at this time, Delina was hit by the flames in Huang Wei's hand. Delina instantly flew backwards, spurting out a mouthful of blood, and smashed into the fish pond in front of her. Huge bursts of water. A small flame returned to Huang Wei's finger. This is a fairy fire spirit. Although small, it is terrifying. Don't underestimate it. Huang Wei smiled. If you don't have strength, it's better to keep a low profile, especially when facing strange and unknown strong people. Delina struggled to get up from the fish pond. She covered her stomach with her hands and looked. If you really hit a woman, you are not a man. Lina felt aggrieved. Chapter 398 Conversation. I usually don't hit women unless I really want to. I Just flicked it lightly, and uncomfortably you turned into such a mess now. Do you think you have the ability to teach me a lesson, Huang? Wei sat on the stone bench, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly, with a bit of bad taste. Lena repeated one word with her mouth, but was still unable to say the second word. Finally, she recognized the reality, climbed up dejectedly, and said, "Okay, I admit that you are indeed very strong, but I'm really no match for you, hey." He sighed, feeling helpless. It was the first time that he felt so fragile. She originally thought that she would become strong after experiencing the ordeals on Earth, but that was just because the people around her were weak, which gave her the illusion of being strong. Now facing the true strongest, all her shortcomings were exposed. Being able to recognize one's own shortcomings and weaknesses is also a kind of progress. Huang Wei waved his hand, and 3 exquisite jade cups and a pot of tea appeared on the round jade table. He picked up the teapot and poured it down slowly. "You two sit down and drink tea. Don't just fight and kill people. It's too violent." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the jade cup and put it in his mouth. Lena and Wu Zhao looked at each other and nodded. They also walked towards the pavilion and sat down on the stone benches. I looked at each other, and now I look at it carefully. It is really beautiful. It can be said that he is the most beautiful, attractive, and powerful man Lena has ever seen. I don't know why, but I was fascinated by it and felt intoxicated. I was beaten just now, and now I have this thought, woman. No, or maybe it's Lena's brain circuit. Her temperament is a bit strange. Some strong women, after being subdued, will fall in love with the person who subdued her. Lena seems to have this sign now. They picked up the jade cup and started drinking. The moment they entered the mouth, the taste was very sweet and pure. The two of them were stunned. This was the first time they drank it. This is true. Even if Lena has been to Earth, this is too delicious. What kind of tea is this? As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them felt a strange energy coming from their bodies immediately afterwards. I felt that the strength of my whole body had been sublimated. The appearance of this scene made them very surprised. Sublimated. The strength of the body has been greatly improved. I feel like my power is even more terrifying than before. Isn't this tea too awesome? What kind of fairy tea is it? Lena asked in great surprise. It's just tea made from some immortal grass leaves that are not suitable for table use. Huang Wei said lightly. This tea doesn't have much effect on him, but it does have some magical effects. Drinking it regularly is still good for the body. Immortal grass leaves? What is this? Wu Zhao asked curiously. Things that do not belong to this universe. Huang Wei said lightly. You just said that you are a traveler from all the worlds. We cannot find your existence in the known universe. Are you from the unknown universe? Lena is worthy of being the main god. Although she is not as strong as Huang Wei, her brain's IQ and understanding ability are still relatively strong. Huang Wei said, yes, the so-called known universe of your universe is just a member of the endless universe, the vast dust in the universe. A truly strong person who wants to annihilate your entire galaxy can just raise his hand, just like me. As soon as Huang Wei finished speaking, he pointed his finger, and a ray of light appeared. For a moment, the surrounding time and space stopped. The three of them entered another kind of space, and only the three of them could move. The next second, the entire galaxy fell in front of them, and then a ball of white light instantly flooded the entire galaxy. Everything exploded in this white light, and everything was annihilated in an instant. After doing all this, the scenes in front of Lena and Wu Zhao also changed back, and the stagnant time and space returned to normal. The fish in the pond also moved, and the clouds in the sky continued to float. Everything that had just happened seemed completely unknown to them. Wu Zhao and Lena were panting. They were actually breaking out in cold sweat at this moment, with expressions of infinite fear and powerlessness on their faces, and their bodies were trembling. It was as if the two of them had just experienced a catastrophic destruction of the galaxy. Only when you are there can you truly experience the horror. What do you think? Unexpectedly, there was tea in the teacups of the three of them. He picked them up and drank them all in one gulp. So scary, powerless, scared. Lena looked melancholy and her voice was low. Wu Zhao nodded. Really, it seems that we have personally experienced how insignificant we are in this crisis. Although, the scene just now was just a scene simulated by my ability. If I really want to destroy the galaxy, the scene just now would be it. Huang Wei smiled. So you came to us, or what is the real purpose of this universe? Lena asked in a solemn voice. As I said, I'm a traveler from all realms, so naturally I came here to travel and experience all the different scenes in all realms. Huang Wei smiled softly. Huang Di, I'm so weak right now. I want to become stronger by becoming my teacher. Protect our universe and protect the heavenly way of the fierce sun. Chapter 346. Lena clenched her fists, lowered her head, and said, I don't accept direct disciples, but you can join my sect and become a sect disciple. Huang Wei said slowly. Lena, who was a little disappointed when she heard that she would not accept any disciples, suddenly raised her head happily. Okay, I want it, she said immediately. Huang Emperor, I want it too, Wu Zhao said immediately. This is an opportunity to become stronger, and no one wants to be strong. Her strength is too weak. If Lena is not here, and General Pan Zhen is defeated, she will not be able to protect Liang Heavenly Way at all. Very. But, this energy is called a godhead. Your current so-called main god system is not a real god. At most, it is a technological body made of immortal gods through technology. Your genes are mixed with too many miscellaneous things. You are no longer your true selves. But these divine powers are the most primitive powers, the true self. Two gods appeared in Huang Wei's hands. The two gods floated slowly, exuding a soft color, but they contain powerful power. This is a godhead with the Tai Golden Immortal level. As he improves, he will evolve into the Douluo Golden Immortal Godhead in the future. In the future, they will reach extremely high levels such as Hunyuan Golden Immortal and Hunyuan Douluo Golden Immortal point. But it is not easy to reach that level, especially since Huang Wei practices the world body devouring the body cultivation method. Point the higher you go, the more worlds you need to swallow. At a certain level, quantity has no meaning, and only quality is fundamental. If he swallowed the entire prehistoric world, he might be able to break through to the level of the Great Dao. Even if not, there is at least half a step to the road. Chapter 399 Star Absorbing Fusion. My true self. What a magical power. Give it to me quickly. I can't wait. Lena is very interested. Now, if the power in her body is not changed through technological means, it cannot be upgraded and can only be developed to a certain extent. But this level also has very big limitations for them. Is a bad result. The two gods entered the minds of Lena and Wu Zhao respectively. The two of them instantly entered a state of understanding. The souls are trapped in the space divine realm inherited by the gods of vast divine realm. The true divine power is ethereal and powerful. This is the true god. While drinking tea, Huang Wei watched this scene with a satisfied smile. Soon, the marks of the gods on their foreheads solidified. It means that the test for the inheritor has been completed. Slowly opening their eyes were filled with hope and excitement. Thank you, Sect Master. The two immediately thanked them. Well, that's it. It's been several days since I came to your Liang Xiandao, and I'm going to leave next. Huang Wei said, the clan is leaving? Where do you plan to go? At this time, Lena was a little anxious. Enter the next world. Huang Wei smiled slightly. You don't have to be nervous. Complete the test of the gods well. The godhead has the ability to have internal connections, but before that, you should go to Wuming Pavilion to get the entry gift. After taking the last sip of tea, his figure disappeared. There were only two confused women left. After reacting, he looked down at the tea in the cup, picked it up and finished it. As the drink was finished, the cup disappeared. The universe is silent and indifferent. It's so quiet that only the frequency sounds emitted by the galaxy can be heard. The tour of the super god universe has come to an end, and it's time to integrate it. Speaking lightly, he moved his hands, and the next moment, a powerful force emitted from his body and quickly spread to the entire galaxy. The planet marked by him for his star-absorbing plan emitted an extremely dazzling light at this moment. The planet is shaking, being enveloped by a force Huang Wei sat cross-legged and activated his world body. In an instant, his whole body turned into thousands of embellishments, and soon the entire Milky Way galaxy was enveloped. It was very exaggerated. Refining officially begins. Delina and others were shocked by the sudden shaking of the planet. Is it related to the sect leader? Wu Zhao said. After all, it was such a coincidence that the sect leader had just left, and now the planet was shaking. They probably won't do anything to Liang Shai and Ao. If they really do, they won't be able to protect them with their strength, and they can only watch the destruction of the planet for no reason. What's more, the two of them are already members of the Wooming sect. So even less. So at this moment, Wu Zhao opened the screen and started searching. Suddenly, an astonishing scene was discovered. Miss, just now, most of the information in the entire universe was shaken, not just our planet. And, the shaking planets are all galaxies with life. As soon as Wu Zhao said this, Delina became even more confused. She always felt like something big was about to happen. And also found that the planet was enveloped by a layer of strange energy. Some people in the system tried to strike, but to no avail. The star-absorbing plan has been prepared for 23,000 years. In this process, basically all galaxies have been bound to the chaotic realm within the body. Therefore, it only needs to be quickly refined into the mixed realm within the body, and then everything will complete the fusion and transformation. Over time, all living galaxies rapidly disappear. The same goes for those who fight on Earth. The same goes for those who left the Earth, including the Xiangbing Company. All gone. When they appeared again, they came to a strange world. Here, everything is at a standstill. Nothing else existed in the universe they were in. But of course there were many strange galaxies, but soon, other lifeless galaxies or rocks appeared one by one. The reason why Huang Wei did work for the galaxies with life in advance is because these are absorbed more slowly than the galaxies without life. And these inanimate things are just a matter of moment. Now that he uses the world body, he can easily bring the entire galaxy into the chaotic world and become a technological heaven under the god realm. Time flew by. In the vast universe. Darkness, silence, nothing. The dark law in the body is also absorbing the surrounding dark element to bless itself at this time. This universe is the super god universe, but now there is nothing but darkness. There is only one human sitting cross-legged. It is Huang Wei. He is warming up the chaos in his body. The Hunji absorbed the supergod universe and became the technological heaven. Officially 6 days old. 6 days in chaos. The world of chaos has been sublimated. It also directly led to Huang Wei's promotion in cultivation. His cultivation level has been directly upgraded from the previous middle stage of Douluo Jingxin to the late stage of Douluo Jingxin. It only takes some time to reach the peak of Douluo Jingxin. The highest level of cultivation he can now upgrade to is the Douluo Golden Immortal Peak. It's just a matter of time. Huang Wei slowly opened his eyes and exhaled. Okay, now, I shouldn't stay here. It's time for me to enter the next world. I really look forward to which world it will be this time. Huang Wei smiled with a little expectation. But before leaving, he planned to take a look at the system character interface. After all, I haven't watched it for a long time. Host, Huang Wei Divine Soul, Divine Martial Arts Talent, Turtle Longevity, Endless Life, Fusion of Rings, World Body, Lifespan, Identity, Lord of Chaos Realm, with built-in foundation and cultivation, late stage of Douluo Jingxin. The experience points required to reach the peak. 0/100,000 trillion divine bones, Douluo divine martial armor, skills, teleportation, invincible golden body, ice, and fire dragon king strike, absolute zero, absolute flame extinction, water shadow light body, evil killer whale slash, death spirit tide, wrath demon whale kill, divine power conversion, blood bat shield, blood red nine-headed storm, the center of the god realm will automatically upgrade the year, soul power, peak of Douluo Jingxin physical strength, peak of Douluo Jingxin self god, divine warrior deity acquired treasure, heart of divine martial arts, sword of the gods, shield of the gods, innate treasure, Dao roulette, one of the 4 fragments, but does not affect normal use. Heavenly Dao seal, earthly Dao seal, humane Dao seal. Soul skills, defense, with 1 level of counter injury critical strike, 5 levels of armor enhancement, armor saving, martial spirit space, martial air destruction, infinite divine weapon cannon, divine martial gravity field, divine martial true body, supporting the wrath of the sky, divine martial 9 change, Shenwu destroys the world, reverse damage rate. 200% chapter 347. Critical hit rate. 200% cultivation speed. 100% inner elixir drive, deep sea demonic whale king inner elixir, blood red 9-headed bat king inner elixir, 10-headed fiery sun snake inner elixir, Poseidon's heart, integrated into the heart, system warehouse, 10 fierce fire location soul, Gangshan, ultimate body, Tei Jingxun, embryonic stage. Juvenile stage, infancy, juvenile stage, growth stage, adult stage, mature stage, complete mature stage, ultimate body, super ultimate body, kung fu, burning technique emperor level, divine martial flame technique, divine martial thunder technique flame, spirit of fairy fire worlds visited, Douluo universe world, god realm, Douluo world. Ascension World, 8 Wastelands World, Science and Technology Heaven, Super God Universe, Chapter 400 Devouring the Starry Sky cross-legged in the endless darkness of the universe, Huang Wei was checking his information, and suddenly, he put it away. Clicking on the system's random travel function, he smiled slightly. Now that we've looked at the character interface, it's time to go to a new world. Which one are we really looking forward to? Click to draw as you wish. The compass ahead spins soon. It stopped. Reveal 4 words and swallow the stars. Huang Wei was stunned for a moment, then recalled the anime story in his mind. It turns out that this world is really good. Let's go and have some fun first. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue wormhole appeared in front of him. The figure entered inside, and the wormhole closed, swallowing the starry sky. This is a world of great nirvana caused by the RR virus. The survivors gained great fortune in the Great Nirvana and quickly became the world's strongest warriors. The representative figure is Huang, the strongest person on Earth. The second strongest person is Thor. Their behavior is all planetary level 6 or 7 point. But the worldview of swallowed starry sky is very large, so the planet level existence is like an ant in the entire universe. As a time traveler, when Huang Wei came to this world, the system randomly assigned him the identity of a rich man. He didn't pay much attention to this. Look at the urban world with flowing traffic, flying cars, suspended cars, tall buildings, and lanes with people coming and going. Huang Wei once again felt like he was back in his hometown. Unexpectedly, the 2 consecutive shuttles were related to the Earth system. What time is it now? Huang Wei asked as he walked on the road. This is a pedestrian street with countless and people buying things. The plot has just begun, the system said. It's okay to just start. He planned to see the top 3 forces in the world: Extreme Martial Arts Gym, Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts Gym, our alliance. Of course, the closest one at the moment is the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. A car stopped in front of the door. A young man wearing a long black and gold coat got out of the car. The person who came was none other than Huang Wei. He had just returned to the place of residence assigned to him by the system. He was an orphan and had made a fortune in the beast business, but he was still a senior student who could not reach the level of a warrior. When I came to this world, I naturally blended in and experienced life. He closed the car door and walked towards the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. This is a branch of the urban area, and the outskirts of the urban area, where he is located, happen to be where the protagonist Luo Feng is. This place must be where Manager Wu works. Welcome to the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. How can I serve you? A woman at the front desk spoke up. This has become her professional term. Participate in the quasi-warrior assessment. Huang Wei said calmly. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The woman at the front desk quickly retrieved the other party's information. Huang Wei, 18 years old senior student, just fits the bill. After finishing it, I took him to the assessment place. In the end, Instructor Zhang took over. Instructor Zhang looked at the person in front of him and said, "Your name is Huang Wei, you are 18 years old, and you are a senior student. This guy has dropped out of school, is still an orphan, and started from scratch. He is still an amazing little guy. He has a net worth of hundreds of millions at the age of 18. He is a truly wealthy generation. If he is placed in front of the great Nirvana, he will be very nourished, but put it here, if you still study martial arts, a net worth of hundreds of millions will not be enough. Instructor Zhang was thinking about it, but he also admired Huang Wei. The information in hand is all personal information about Huang Wei. These are all arranged by the system. Very realistic and leaves no room for doubt. And in their memories. These things will appear vaguely from time to time. Of course, it's okay even if it makes people suspicious. After all, Huang Wei's strength lies here, right? Huang Wei said lightly, come with me. There happens to be a quasi-martial artist exam today. Instructor Zhang explained. Huang Wei listened carefully, and soon, they entered a room. There are 6 other people in this room. Hey, someone new is here again. All 6 people's eyes were focused on Huang Wei. You will be tested with them this time. Instructor Zhang looked at the 6 people in front of him and said to Huang Wei. He slightly. Now that everyone is here, let's get started. Soon, everyone changed their clothes and lay down in the virtual cabin. Huang Wei is no stranger to this technology. After all, he is someone who has experienced the super god universe. Soon he was traveling through the time and space tunnel. After a while, we came to a world that was dilapidated, old, overgrown with weeds, abandoned cars and all kinds of junk. This is the old world of the earth, and it is also a place with many monsters. This is the old world. Also, appearing beside him were 6 other people. They looked shocked and hurriedly went to choose weapons. Huang Wei swept across the audience with a calm expression. If coupled with the technological level of Super God Universe, this holographic projection would be more realistic. But it's okay now. He chose a long sword. This is not so much a sword as it is a sword integrated into one. This weapon is quite cool. He murmured in his heart, but having seen many treasures, he didn't have many other thoughts. After grabbing his weapon, he turned around and left. Even the shields are useless. 1 person and 1 sword roam the world. What the hell, brother, you just have that long sword. You are indeed a newcomer. You are looking for death. At this time, a man came over with a look of disbelief on his face. I advise you to bring more, maybe a shield. It's a shame. It's time to choose a weapon. Another person said that the area to get a weapon had disappeared. 1 sword is enough. Huang Wei smiled slightly. Although this is not the real world, his combat experience and skills are too rich. Let's go. It's very dangerous here. If we all act together, the passing rate will be higher. As long as we kill more people, we will definitely be able to pass. Someone said. So everyone set out together. At this time, several wild boar and wildcat monsters appeared around. The wild boar was very big and fierce, while the wildcat was smaller, but very agile and active, and its claws and lethality were very powerful. Just like that, everyone was dispersed. Huang Wei looked calm and moved like a ghost. The moment to show off had arrived. After a while, the wild boars and wildcats that besieged them were hit in the vital points one after another by sharp swords, and they all fell to the ground. The 6 people who were almost killed all looked thankful, but at the same time they looked at the young man standing in a pool of blood in front of them in disbelief and shock. Is this so powerful? Still human. Is this a quasi-warrior? The speed and movement just now, even my warrior level dad can't do it. The 6 people swallowed and stared wide-eyed, feeling so terrible. At this moment, Huang Wei continued to walk forward. The rest of the people stood up one after another, grasping the life-saving straw, and stood guard on the left, right, and behind. Holding this thigh, you can definitely pass the level point at the same time. On the observation screen outside, the instructors and others who were watching were shocked. Chapter 401 1,000 tons. At first, I thought he was young and ignorant, but it seems I was overthinking it. This guy is really confident. He has sharp and deadly attacks and perfect body skills. No movement is superfluous. Is this guy really a senior student? Forget about us. Even the god of war may not be able to do this. Quickly, call up the picture of him just now. This guy's definitely a genius. I want to report it. Chapter 348. Instructor Jiang, Instructor Zhang and others took a breath of air conditioning and were extremely excited at the same time. Everyone looked at it quickly. I still can't see it. It's too fast. He quickly slowed down and finally saw clearly. This is really a perfect movement. I didn't expect an 18-year-old boy to be able to do this, but I checked his identity. He is a self-made orphan. How could it be like this? It seems that there is still unknown information that we don't know. It seems that the people above need to initiate a higher level investigation. Quickly report the scene just now. They continued to watch. In the picture, Huang Wei led the other 6 people to kill the enemy crazily. Finally, he was attacked by a golden vulture in a dilapidated room. Damn it, it's actually a golden vulture. Fortunately, this is a holographic world, otherwise it would be miserable. Brother, what should we do now? With a bang, the house exploded, and the huge golden vulture smashed the entire floor. Everyone flew out, except Huang Wei, who looked calm, and jumped left and right among the stones one step at a time. You go deal with the other monsters. I'll fight this golden vulture alone. As Huang Wei's voice fell, his figure had already arrived in front of the golden vulture. The golden vulture made a sweeping sweep and hit him. But the next second, strangely, what was hit was just an afterimage, and the real body has arrived on the head of the golden vulture. Gather all your strength and strike down with one sword. Bang. The golden vulture flew out and hit the ground hard. Oh my god, eating the golden vulture with one knife. Who is this? We really encountered a monster. This is definitely not a senior student. He must be a master who has been practicing for a long time and is now taking the exam. No, we haven't killed enough. Don't wait. Go kill the monsters quickly. The 6 companions moved to kill the animals. Huang Wei came to him and stabbed him hard on the head. Then the scene in front of him changed. Then he returned to reality, opened his eyes, and stood up. At this moment, Instructor Zhang had already arrived in front of him. Congratulations Huang Wei, you passed the quasi-warrior examination, he said. Huang Wei smiled slightly. It's easier than I thought. What you said is very shocking, but it still depends on the person. The quasi-warrior assessment is a virtual assessment, and there is also a practical assessment. Only if you pass it can you become a true warrior. However, we have all seen your talent. If you meet the requirements of a warrior, or even directly surpass the strength of a warrior, you can directly become a warrior. No, I will take part in the warrior's actual combat assessment for a month. Every experience of arriving in a different world is rare. He doesn't want to skip it, he wants to experience it, and experience life point. And it was also a good show-off process. As a time traveler, he was still very satisfied and enjoyed the process. Okay. Instructor Zhang nodded. After all, Huang Wei was brought here by him. A certified member of his team. By the way, Huang Wei, you actually have such a level of cultivation. Why didn't you pass the warrior assessment earlier? Instructor Zhang asked on the side. I'm not sure, so I'll practice more. Huang Wei didn't say much, but simply revealed some information. This is also the main purpose of the other party asking him. Hearing this, both of them thought to themselves, I believe you are a ghost. Since this kid wants to hide, they won't dig deep. Someone will do it when the time comes. By the way, Huang Wei, before you leave, how about you come over and test your fist strength? Walking outside a room, Instructor Zhang suddenly said. Good. The 3 of them entered. Huang Wei raised his fist and took some control. Bang. A punch landed. Although the movement range is very small, it actually produces a sonic boom. Their pupil shrank. A would-be warrior can produce a sonic boom, and it looks so simple. Looking at the values on the machine, they took a breath of air again. 1,000 tons. Impossible. How is it possible? This surpasses the god of war. No, there must be something wrong. Could it be that the machine is broken? Instructor Zhang and Instructor Jiang were shocked and screamed in horror. His eyes were full of fear and shock. Unbelievable. Is this still human? This is the direct start of the assessment for the god of war. At 18 years old, his boxing power surpasses the level of a god of war. Perhaps the machine is really broken, so we won't talk anymore. I have something to do today, and I need to take a step ahead. If you have anything else, contact me. Huang Wei waved his hand, obeyed their thoughts, turned around and left. These things really mean nothing to him. 1000 tons is the lowest among his infinite suppression cultivation levels. He swore he wasn't trying to show off, but it was really the lowest level. If the two in front of him were beauties, he would still show off, but with two old men, he was too lazy to show off. But this invisible pretense is the most deadly. Okay, then you go first. If anything happens, I will contact you immediately. The two looked at each other and said, the most important thing is that, if it is true, the two of them can't stop each other. They were all dead with one punch. After sending Huang Wei to the door, he waited until he drove away. The two quickly went in and got busy. At this moment, a man in an old robe stood on a flying weapon in the sky of the extreme martial arts hall. Went inside. I happened to meet him rushing out. Lion. Mr. Lion. Seeing this, Instructor Jiang bowed directly. Sir, it's great that you're here. There's something I need you to confirm. Take me there. Seeing this, Lord Lion said calmly, 1000 tons. Impossible. Has anyone beyond the God of War been here? Is this machine broken? Lord Lion looked shocked. Why didn't he notice? No, but you can't say it's not. This was shot by an 18-year-old young man. There is also a picture of him just taking part in the quasi-martial arts test. His physical skills, strength and psychological quality are extremely high and terrifying. Yes, his body skills have reached a perfect level. We asked a professional to inspect the machinery, and there are no problems. The values are true. Instructor Zhang and Instructor Jiang said quickly. This is a big deal. Have you reported it? Seeing this scene, Lord Lion's pupils shrank. Reported. The curator will come back quickly. As soon as Instructor Zhang's voice fell, a man hurried in from outside. It's the curator. They call him. He is a branch director of this branch and has great power. Director. Everyone bowed. Lord Lion. The curator bowed to the man in black robe in front of him. The person in front of me is a God of War level being. This is true. What do you mean? The curator immediately grabbed Huang Wei's quasi-martial artist assessment video and boxing strength value in his hand and asked anxiously. At the same time, it is also a great joy. This was discovered by their extreme martial arts school. Be sure to dig it up. Chapter 402. The big fat sheep is targeted. It's true. Our technicians and even adults have checked it. There is nothing wrong with the equipment. Both this video and the punching force are real. And the other party said that he will take part in the warrior assessment in a month. By then, any problems will be obvious. Instructor Zhang and the general instructor spoke. That's true, but just in case, this information is kept secret for the time being. I will go over to talk to him in person later and let him sign a contract with our extreme martial arts school first, and then let him participate in the warrior assessment. His situation already qualified to sign a contract with extreme potential. The curator spoke. No, I have already announced the news to Zuge here. He must have arrived now. He has great potential. The conditions of the branch are naturally not as good as those of the headquarters. At this time, Lord Lion spoke. Director Zuge. Chapter 349. The three of them were shocked. Director Zuge is one of the three top managers at the extreme martial arts headquarters. High position and authority. Naturally, it is not comparable to their branches. Manager Wu nodded when he heard this. If Lord Zuge takes action personally, then everything will be fine. Let's follow behind and watch the excitement. At this moment, Zuge Tao was sitting at the extreme martial arts headquarters, checking the genius to see if he could introduce new blood to the headquarters. Yes, there are, but because there are a lot of them, priority will be given to those who need them, and the remaining ones that are not good will just be distributed to branches. However, at this moment, his information interface flashed. After taking a look, the person who sent the message was Mr. Lion. He was more curious, what could Master Lion have sent him? So I clicked it and took a look. The video of Huang Wei's quasi-warrior assessment, the details of various body skills, the scene of killing the golden vulture, and the power of the final punch shocked him for a moment. How can this be? No, this is definitely a super genius. I'll rush to his house right now. Zuge Tao was shocked. This was Master Yaoyan's guarantee, which proved that the video was very authentic. An 18-year-old with fist power that surpasses the God of War, perfect body technique, and the psychological quality is extremely high and terrifying. Is such a person really an 18-year-old? So he quickly got on his fighter plane. At the same time, let the system deploy all information about Huang Wei. What you see is not perfect yet. There must be something hidden here. He absolutely does not believe that a kid who is in the business of these monsters can grow up to be so terrible. If it was so scary, why had it been hidden all this time and now exposed? Why not continue to hide it? So he reasoned. Could it be that all of this was exposed now, after he completed the opportunity he got in the wilderness area? He muttered, applying for the highest authority he could, and continuing his investigation. But still nothing. All the other parties' resume and life trajectory are so simple and everything can be seen. There's nothing wrong with that. Too strange. So he looked for where the other person last went out. The opponent in the monster area hired people to complete it. This puzzled him even more. Go and meet this little guy first. After he calmed down, he closed his eyes and spoke slowly. At this moment, Huang Wei was playing in the city. During this month, he wants to have fun. Using the intelligence of the super laboratory, he can instantly increase his existing assets, and there won't be any problems. Because his technology is too high, it is completely beyond the reach of today's people. That night, he drank and drank wildly. After leaving the door, he got in the car and flew directly towards home. Go, follow. At the same time, a group of sturdy men in black appeared behind him. These people were all desperados and warriors who were jealous of money. They had just seen Huang Wei's generosity inside, and the other party did not have rich children with bodyguards. As long as they dealt with it, if it is done properly, you will be able to make a fortune. After all, among the 7 of them, there was a general and 6 warriors. So I got in a van and chased after him. In the car, a loud high-pitched song was playing, humming the tune, and the body was swaying. After experiencing so many worlds, life on Earth is still better. I'm immortal after all, and the life of a mortal is suitable for me. When I have money, I should live and drink wildly, and I can't spend all my money. He muttered to himself, extremely happy. At the same time, he looked in the rearview mirror and found that a black van had been following him. Haha, is a little mouse here? He must be attracted by my beauty and money, but you are really unlucky. If you don't choose from so many rich people, you must choose me, a reclusive expert. You will regret it later. Huang Wei showed a playful smile, as if looking at dead prey. The car accelerated, racing directly on the highway. Its driving skills were extremely arrogant, and it weaved through countless traffic flows. The drivers were shocked. Suddenly a luxury sports car flew out, and finally it disappeared, and only a line of exhaust was visible. Damn it, we must have been discovered. Don't stop, speed up, and keep up. If we lose it, then our efforts will be in vain. Inside the van, the boss shouted to the driver. The driver immediately accelerated and showed off his driving skills. This van was specially modified with engine, and speed limits, so it didn't take long to follow. This is the Wuling Golden Light before the Great Nirvana. The small car can accommodate a lot of people, and with the driver's control, it drifts very quickly, and it quickly catches up with Huang Wei's sports car. As expected of Wuling Jingguan from the parallel world, it can keep up with this. It must have been modified. It's awesome. Huang Wei was surprised to see that the other party could catch up. Then he looked at the license plate mark and immediately laughed. Soon after getting off the highway, he came to a stop outside a villa in a community. He did not drive in, but stopped on a path with no traffic. At this time, it is already dark, and pedestrians rarely come out to walk around. Seeing the other party stop, the people in the van behind him suddenly laughed. A young man got out of the car, who was their target. Get out of the car quickly and stop him. The other party must know that he chose this place, but he will definitely not think that we are warriors. If you catch him, beat him immediately. If you pay him obediently, you can still live. If not, if you are well behaved, then try to find a way to beat him to be well behaved. The kidnapper in the car smiled evilly. Soon the van door opened. At the same time, Zhuge's people who had arrived at Huang Wei's villa and were waiting also discovered what was going on here and saw this scene from a balcony in the community. It's Huang Wei. Our target is finally waiting for him to come home. This kid is really having fun, but It looks like we are in trouble now. It's interesting. 6 senior warriors and 1 junior general. These 7 people happen to be desperados who were just released, just in time. Let these people try each other's strength, Zhuge said. And the other party is not a fool. He knew he was being followed and drove to the deserted dark road to stop. He must have had his own confidence. As for the rules among warriors, the other party is the first to provoke trouble and attack the warrior candidates. This is a great sin. Chapter 403 Chaos Lord of World Body Cultivation Law. Huang Wei leaned on the side of the car, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff, feeling extremely comfortable. Looking at the 7 people who were approaching and surrounding him, their expressions were calm, but the 7 people on the other side were smiling ferociously. How many of you are on this street? You've been following me for so long. Huang Wei smiled. Haha, aren't you afraid of us? The few people frowned. He quickly asked people to observe the surroundings, but there was no one else. Hey. Puff of smoke came out of Huang Wei's mouth and spat directly on the man's face. I'm afraid of you. Who do you think you are? You're just a bunch of ants. Huang Wei's contemptuous voice sounded faintly. Asshole, you're looking for death. The leader was furious, and the junior warrior punched Huang Wei in the face. This guy dared to provoke him. It was so abominable. Huang Wei simply moved his body and dodged it, as if relying on muscle memory. What? Everyone was shocked. Call out. The next moment, Huang Wei's figure disappeared from the place and appeared behind them. Show you something good. Huang Wei smiled strangely, flicked his fingers, and with a snap of his fingers, the next moment, boom, I saw that the junior warrior exploded and died without any warning. This scene saw the other 6 people, as well as the 3 Zhuge people on the rooftop. They have recorded the information. How is that possible? How on earth is this done? Zhuge's pupils shrank, and his expression changed drastically. The remaining 7 people were already frightened into submission. Run quickly, we are in trouble. The other 6 people fell to the ground in fear, and then quickly crawled away. But the next moment, the bodies of the 6 of them also exploded, and died. Boom boom boom. What a beautiful symphony. In the dark night, under the moonlight, Huang Wei showed an expression of enjoyment, and then looked in one direction in the community. He had long known that someone was watching, and the scene was intentional. With a wave of his hand, a ball of flame burned the place instantly, and the 7 people disappeared in an instant. Chapter 350. He got back into the car and entered the villa. Master Zhuge, what should we do now? The opponent's methods are too weird, and there is also the last fire dragon. Who is this guy? An awakened person with the ability of fire. Instructor Zhang behind him said. The other party has discovered us. Instructor Jiang said. Zhuge Tao frowned, extremely solemn, and continued to watch the video. I don't know either. Let's report it to the museum owner. The opponent's strength has far exceeded our expectations. No matter what, let's take a look at the opponent's position first. Fortunately, only we have the video, and the other forces don't know about it. No matter what, we must recruit this person into the Extreme Martial Arts Gym, at the highest level of the Extreme Martial Arts Center headquarters. Han, the world's strongest man, looked at the picture coming from Zhuge in front of him. His expression condensed. Send a message to Zhuge immediately. At the same time, there are also Huang Wei's personal information in the videos of the assessment of prospective warriors at all costs. Pull him into the Extreme Martial Arts Gym and see what conditions the other party has. As long as they are not too extreme, he will be satisfied. Zhuge immediately smiled after receiving the reply. Let's go and meet this mysterious strongman. The 3 figures left quickly. Hong, on the other hand, was waiting for news, studying Huang Wei, and investigating all the news about the other party. He has the highest authority. But no matter how I searched, there was still no information on how the other party became stronger. It cannot be found even by the highest authorities. Coupled with these methods, it is possible that this person is not a human being, or is not a person from the earth. Or did you say that the body was taken away by foreigners? Han thought of something very scary. Point after all, the Great Nirvana, the ruins of ancient civilizations have emerged, and aliens and foreign races should take over things like this. Moreover, in the vast universe, even he, the strongest person in the world, is a small existence on our planet. In the villa community, Huang Wei parked his car in the yard, and Yuge and the other three came directly here at this moment. Huang Wei was not surprised at all when he saw the three of them. After all, I already knew it. What's the matter with the three of you coming to my bedroom so late? Huang Wei asked lightly. We all know what happened just now, Zhuge Tao said directly. Then, are you three here to arrest me? Huang Wei looked indifferent. No, those 7 people are all desperados. They have just come out of prison, and you are a quasi-warrior who is about to take the exam. The other 7 people, 6 senior warriors, and a junior warrior attacked you. You shot them in self-defense. Kill him, not to mention you destroy the body, and eliminate all traces. As long as we don't send out the video, no one else will know, let alone arrest. Even if they know, nothing will happen to you. Zhuge Tao didn't want to hide anything, so he spoke directly. Huang Wei chuckled, and then said, I know Instructor Zhang and Instructor Jiang. As for who you are, I'm one of the 3 managers at the global headquarters of extreme martial arts. Zhuge Tao, he said. It's getting late now, but there are some urgent matters. How about we go in and talk about it? Zhuge Tao looked at the dark night sky and said, then, come in, Huang. When he turned around and walked in, Huang Wei, you are really a good boy. You have such great means. It seems that you did not use your full strength in the virtual assessment of the prospective warrior. Instructor Zhang immediately came up to get close to him. Full force. Huang Wei raised the corner of his mouth and said nothing more. If he used all his strength, the entire earth would be destroyed. This part of the universe will also be destroyed. System, what level of cultivation is my current Douluo Jinxin in the later stage equivalent to the existence of devouring starry sky? Huang Wei asked curiously. Lord of Chaos. Because the system practiced by the host is the law of the world body, it cannot be compared with the other Douluo Jinxin. The system responded immediately. The Chaos Lord is really good. It seems that I need to quickly advance to the peak of Douluo Jinxin. At present, the small world in my body can already break through, and in the devouring starry sky, the eternal god is not invincible. He must at least reach the Lord level. That is the real invincibility. System, what level of existence is the Lord in the prehistoric era? Huang Wei asked curiously. After a while, they came to the living room and sat down, and the intelligent robot poured tea for everyone. The system replied, in the mythical world, the Lord of Devouring Starry Sky is equivalent to the peak of Douluo Jinxin. In other projection worlds, he is the saint of heaven. That's also very good. Mythology can reach the peak of Douluo Jinxin. Then is my system based on mythology or projection? Huang Wei understood after hearing this, and then asked again. In fact, he was quite concerned about this matter. The host's cultivation level corresponds to the projection of the prehistoric world. Huang Wei was not too surprised by the answer given by the system. I'm somewhat mentally prepared. I don't care about this, as long as I'm invincible now. Huang Wei smiled, looked at the 3 people in front of him and said, Director Zhuge, tell me about your affairs. Chapter 404 Rejection Conditions. That's it. Huang Wei, we are here on behalf of the Extreme Martial Arts Global Headquarters. We want to invite you to join the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. We can give you very generous conditions. Director Zhuge said. Well, continue. Huang Wei lit a cigarette and started smoking. The other party had prepared his speech for so long, and it would be very uncomfortable if he was interrupted by just one sentence, so he planned to let Zhuge Tao finish speaking. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. It was them who were point. As for whether Jia will join the Extreme Martial Arts Gym, he has no interest in it at all, because he himself is the existence of the Chaos Lord. Although he is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, living an ordinary person's experience life, he will not join the other party for the and resources of. Zhuge Tao immediately said, we are willing to give you a villa building in the headquarters area, plus 100 billion alliance coins, and a quota for direct admission to the elite training camp. Well, what next? Huang Wei exhaled a puff of smoke, very calmly, not attracted by these conditions at all. He gets what he wants, and money means nothing to him anymore. It can be produced at any time. Seeing that the other party was so calm, the three of them were very surprised. If this condition was placed outside, anyone would show excitement. Moreover, this is the most luxurious and noble condition since the establishment of the extreme martial arts gym. No, more. Zhuge Tao's voice was slightly slower. Aren't you? These conditions are enough to drive even top families crazy. Zhuge Tao frowned and asked. If it was a deliberate pretense, he didn't feel like it, because the other party was really too calm. If it was a pretense, he would definitely see it, but what he saw in the eyes of the young man in front of him was indifference and indifference. There is also a disdain for everything, not taking it to heart at all. It's impossible. After investigation, the other party's assets don't have that much. How could it be so peaceful? Could it be that some other force has offered a higher price? Huang Wei flicked the cigarette ashes and said, no one can resist the conditions you set, Director's huge, but for me, it's nothing, and I won't join any force. Remember, it's any force. Okay, it's getting late tonight. If you don't have anything to say, please come back. We'll see you at the warrior assessment in a month. Huang Wei smiled slightly, stood up and gave the order to expel the guests. Why don't you join? Is it because our conditions are not enough? Huang Wei, tell me, what do you want? Whatever our extreme martial arts school can do, we will do it for you. Of course, this cannot cross the red line. This is ours. The bottom line is the bottom line. Zhuge Tao asked hurriedly when he saw that the other party really didn't care and was not moved. Just because of this courage, they were defeated. This guy has punching power that surpasses that of the god of war and perfect body skills. If you agree to our conditions, you will pass the martial arts assessment without taking any tests and give the other party a direct assessment of the qualifications of a super god. Nothing in this world is free. If I take your things, I will be ordered by you and work for you. I like freedom and don't like doing these things. I'm a force by myself. Please come back. Huang Wei smiled, looking unconcerned. He is a majestic lord of chaos, a chaos lord level existence. Do you still value these small resources of the extreme martial arts gym? It's really ridiculous. Then, what do you want? Zhuge Tao refused to give up. I want the entire universe. Have you given it to me? Huang Wei looked at the starry sky outside the balcony with a look of longing. It's the entire universe that swallows the stars. At this moment, the three of them looked stunned. The entire universe. Their expressions twitched. And judging from the other party's face, it didn't seem like he was joking. We can't decide on this, so excuse me, let's leave first. But our extreme martial arts gym will not give up recruiting you. Our conditions are still valid. If you have other reasonable requirements, you can contact us to add them. Zhuge Tao said. Road. Huang Wei opened the door. Okay, please. The three of them looked at each other and left one after another. This recruitment was really a failure. As soon as he went out, he informed the owner of the hall, the world's strongest man Hung, about the news. He still wants the entire universe. He is really an unpredictable little devil. Hung Yi suddenly laughed when he heard it, and he became interested. For someone who is not interested in such a big condition, this guy's extraordinary. As the most powerful person on earth, he naturally knows the vastness of the universe. These are the messages discovered in ancient civilizations during the Great Nirvana period. Currently, only he and the second strongest person, Thor, know these things. Even though he is known as the strongest man in the world, he is still an insignificant existence in the entire universe, just like a grain of sand. And this boy named Huang Wei wants the entire universe for the first time. He is really arrogant. Forget it. I'll go meet this brat in person tomorrow. Hung hung up after replying to Zhuge Tao's message. Master Zhuge, what's the reply from the museum owner? Instructor Zhang asked. The master of the museum will come in person tomorrow to meet with this brat. Zhuge Tao said. Instructor Zhang, the owner of the museum will come in person tomorrow to meet with this brat. Museum came in person, but it seems quite reasonable. What kind of monster is this guy? Faced with such a sky-high price, he is so calm and refuses to agree. Instructor Jiang said. Yes, if the others would have accepted it eagerly. I saw a disdain for these conditions in his eyes. It seemed like rubbish. Zooch. Tao took a deep breath and said, this guy, his wealth is not that much, master. Zooch, have you found his information? Complete. Zooch. Tao heard this and shook his head. No, we can't find out why the other party has become so strong. If we can find out, we will have an inherent advantage, and we don't need to be so passive. If this matter spreads, it will definitely shock everyone in the entire Earth Alliance. Isn't there one from the museum owner? Instructor Jiang asked. No, if the museum owner had it, he would definitely send it to me or tell me some information, but he didn't. It is conceivable that the information the library owner found may be similar to what we found. Zooch. Tao shook his head. Let's go back. After the three of them left the villa complex, they quickly got into the car and returned to the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.